Sorted after the war, the race. The history books, they tell of their defeat in 45. They all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. They say the prisoner of Spandau was a symbol of defeat. Whilst Hess remained in prison, then the fascists they would beat. So the promise of an Aryan world would never materialize. So why did they all come out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died? The world is riddled with maggots. The maggots are getting fat. They're making a tasty meal of all the bosses and bureaucrats. They're taking over the boardrooms and they're fat and full of pride. And they all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come, and if I die here for the resistance, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance, and those who died for liberty.
Hello there, hello there, hello there everybody. How the devil are we all? I am tender and I'm tired. Thank you to everyone who's contacted me, you know, seeing if I'm okay, and that's genuinely appreciated. You're just gonna have to bear with me, I think. It is what it is. Run with we've got a bumper show for you though, okay? Have you improved your lighting a little bit? Because what I realised was, without the weird lights in the background, I can just have my regular fucking like house light on, which means I can have that brighter, and so it just seems nicer, doesn't it? It seems like I'm more well lit, even though it's literally just having the light that I paid for, this thing, the ring light, on reasonably high, because it's not going to drown out the fucking thing behind me, and just having the light on, so that I don't cast shadows on the back there. The only problem is there is a now a kind of shadow on the front bit, but you can barely see that because it's barely on the screen. So, like, you have a better camera too. No, it's the same camera. Just if you light it properly, it can work. A big light, ? Monster. Don't know what that means. Anyway, we've got a bumper crop for you tonight. We are on with 2 legends. Okay, we're on with No Justice MTG to do last night's question time. Kaboomski. Then 7:30 we're on with Curtis Daly to do the Turning Point lefts. Normal Island. Kaching. Funny bone, you cunt. Bastard. That fucking hurt, man. Oh. Oh. Bollocks. Oh. Hello there.
That's good. How are we?
I just fucked my funny bone off the corner of the fucking table, so I'm in agony. How are you?
Good. It's going well. It's going well.
Going
Professional setup.
superbly well, man. And it literally, I only tapped it, but because it's the funny bone, I now feel like my left arm's going to fall off. Fucking hell.
Literally.
But I've literally got pins and needles in the fingers of my left hand now. Oh no.
God. Hopefully that actually clears up.
F's in chat, lads, because I'm fucked here. I'm dead, basically.
And good news, I've taken in a refugee. Speaking of the immigration, we never talk about immigration.
Never, ever. It's never not allowed, yeah.
Yeah, we never talk about immigration. I've taken in all those people who kept saying, well, if you say you care about refugees, why don't you take in a refugee? Well, I have a refugee living in my house now. So
Nice. Where is that real? Is that a thing? Is that a meme? I don't know what's happening.
I mean, they're not like officially a refugee. They have British citizenship, but they have left America for good because of everything.
I'm not sure Britain was the place to go.
I mean,
Look. You can't argue with the first part of the process, leaving America spot on. It's a little bit frying pan into fire situation, you know.
I'm true, but I mean, she won't have to. First of all, she won't have to deal with like the National Guard rounding people up. I mean, we at the moment, I think we're on a holding pattern in that regard.
Well, look, Nigel Farage is about to become Prime Minister, so let's put a pin in that one. Come back to it, yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll see where we are this time. Yeah, and we're not and like people are having their passports confiscated when they try to update them in the UK. Yet.
Again, I mean, Wes Streeting is not Prime Minister yet, so just I mean, look, all power to them. I wish them the best, but you have come to exactly the wrong place. God bless you.
But anyway, it is good to know that I can now say to anyone who says, if you care so much about refugees, why don't you house one? Well, I'm now doing that. So.
Okay,
jog on.
But are they white?
Yes, they're very white.
Well, see, out of order. You've increased the level of you've increased the level of whiteness in this country. You're basically a Nazi. You have multiplied the number of white people by a tiny percentage, and that is not acceptable. We're supposed to do race mixing at best. Okay.
my woke cred.
Exactly. Come the revolution. I'm just saying it will be held against you at the tribunal. Anyway, talking of no, we weren't talking about good things really there at all. But did you see any of the cricket?
I mean, I did see some. I did listen to some of it. I had TMS on as I went to sleep, but I didn't really catch much more than the first hour.
The cricket itself was very good, but completely overshadowed by one of the scenes off the pitch, which for me it distills an entire nation into one singular being. I don't know if you saw this creature.
No.
He is a special person, a special individual. I think it was Ben Stokes who was bowling to Smith of the Australians, and someone behind the bowler's arm got in the way and had to pull back. So the cameras zoomed in on him, and I mean, just check it, just peep this lad. Boom.
Is it me?
Is that not the most? That is the most Australian an Australian has ever Australianly.
Literally. There's nothing. That is the absolute peak Australian.
I mean, it's just like I don't want to say them. I'll say it because it's like it's Australia. They've got weird creatures, right? They've got kangaroos and wallabies and shit, and then they've got this creature. Everything about him just screams Australia at you, and it's honestly peak male performance. You can't get any better. You can't get better than that. Okay, absolute
literally
perfection. Anyway, so that person, I needed everyone to know that this creature existed in Australia, and this is clearly its natural habitat. And getting to see the lesser spotted bogan in its natural habitat it's majestic. It's like a zebra or a fucking monkey wanking in the zoo or something. You know what I mean? Come on now. It's not me. Fuck off. I haven't even got long hair. I've got normal hair. Leave me alone. I am a fat cunt with beer stains down me, obviously. I am completely oblivious to the world around me, stopping at a sporting event with 50,000 people and then having to wait for me to fucking sit down, even though it's 2 balls before the fucking tea break, you cunt!
It was Wario Kev.
It's Kev's Wario. It's Cario, if you will. Anyway. Yes, anyway, talking of cunts. Question time!
Oh my, this fucking gonna be miserable, isn't it?
We never talk about immigration, part 69,420. Blaze it! Ridiculous. There is literally an immigration special held in Dover, fucking end Minecraft. Jesus Christ.
Where are we going?
Garbage
Island.
Tonight we're in Dover to talk about an issue
That is extraordinarily quiet.
that's done so much to shape our politics in recent years. Immigration.
But we never talk about it! Never!
How can it shape our politics when we don't talk about it?
Never. It's never been talked about. It's never, ever been talked about, chat. And if you say otherwise, you're lying. Okay? You might say they have literally a question about this every fucking week on the show, therefore to do a special on it is ludicrous overkill. But frankly, no, what they want to do is ludicrously overkill migrants in the fucking channel. Oh! Apologies, I'm very angry tonight.
For many, the small boats that arrive on these shores are the most visible sign that the country's lost control of its borders. Tonight we'll be asking, what should Britain's asylum system look like? How do we balance control with compassion? And what does this debate say about who we are as a nation?
Well, hang on, pause.
Welcome.
What was that word that she said? After control. What was that word?
I don't know. I wasn't listening to the exact wording. What did you say? Sorry.
Oh, what she said? She said compassion. I don't know. What does that word mean? What the fuck is that?
I'm
British. I'm British. I don't know what that means.
Isn't that where you've got passion for cum?
The compassion. I have a compassion. It's true.
Which is just a really weird way of saying you do clopping. Which is grim. Don't Google it. If you don't know, I advise you not to Google what that is. Thank you, Fogel, for gifting a sub to Journeying Jordan, pair of fucking legends. Don't forget you can give us both on the Kevin Bogan. Fuck off. Fuck off. That honestly, Jeremy Beadle banter is better than that. Don't start with me.
Welcome to a Question Time immigration special from Dover.
From Dover, the shittest town in Britain. I'm just going to say it.
Apparently, according to Can't Give a Duck, the Home Office has banned the shipping forecast, i.e. they banned viewing or downloading any information that may be helpful to migrants, which I can only assume would be the shipping forecast.
I was about to say, yeah, that's... I mean, I don't listen to the cricket on 4 long wave anymore, but do they do the old North at Sierra, South at Sierra bullshit at the halfway through the session for no fucking reason?
I mean, they didn't do halfway through the session; they just fucking interrupt.
Yeah.
They just interrupt to give us what's happening in Cromarty.
True.
For the government, Migration Minister Mike Tapp. He's a Labour MP for Dover and Deal. Amongst
a proper, and I mean this entirely, melter.
Oh, he's a massive fucking cunt. I think that's what I would describe him.
Well, I mean, you swear a lot though. I'm much better than this, you say.
It's true. You are true. You are pure at heart. You would never stoop so low.
And I'm getting into proper politics now because I'm now going to be delivering a newsletter for my local councillor. So, just saying. So I'm basically like the Green Prime Minister, really. So I've got to be more respectable, haven't I? You know. That's going to happen. Anyway, no, this is the dickhead who's basically tweets out like a Tory, and then, I mean, the funniest thing he does is tweets out like a picture of like a English breakfast and goes, "Full English breakfast. This is what it means to be British patriot." And you're like, what? That's just you've got to fry up, mate. That's not something to be proud of necessarily. It's nothing. Anyway, yeah, Melter. And he's the fucking Labour Party person. That party needs to die.
I mean, there was a great Twitter account called Mykolf Tapler, and I'm just like, yeah, honestly, at this point.
Basically. Anyway, check my last message. Oh, for God's sake, and I will in a second. Thank you, Carl Brown, for a gifted membership on the YouTubes.
A range of new measures. The government wants to review people's refugee status every 2.5 years and deport people when their countries of origin are considered safe. Kieran Mullen is the Conservative Shadow Justice Minister. His party says it would...
Literally, who is this Q-tip? Who is this person?
Oh, he's a dickhead. Yeah, he's a Tory, isn't he? He's a fucking dickhead.
Deport all illegal migrants in a week after arrival and leave the European Convention on Human Rights. Daisy Cooper is the deputy leader of the Liberal Democrats. They want to allow asylum seekers to work and plan to set up big processing centres to clear the backlog.
Did you see, Zach Plansky, firstly, Chad. Secondly, did you see he put out a bingo card before this happened? And some of the ones on there were really obvious, like they're going to mention, call everyone illegal, Zia Yusuf says something racist, so on and so forth. And then the best one for me was the square that just said, if anyone notices the Lib Dems are present. Which is just diabolically good. That is, honestly, I'm very here for it.
What's the thing about the Liberal Dems? I forget they exist until someone mentions them and I go, oh, fucking Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the game. You lose the game and you go, oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Mad. Anyway, let's listen to the ledge.
Zach Polansky is a leader of the Green Party. He wants to see a world without borders and, until that happens, have what he calls a fair system of immigration where people can move if they wish to do so. Zia Yusuf is Reform UK's head of policy. His party...
A literal fascist.
Massive dickhead.
Nastiest cunt in the world.
He wants to deport hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants within 5 years of taking office and scrap indefinite leave to remain. Good evening, welcome to the programme, to our panel, and welcome to our audience here. And as you know, this is going to be a programme on one topic, a special topic of immigration. We have come to Dover.
Which we never talk about. Ever.
As it's a special programme, we're going to do things a little bit differently at the top of the programme. We have a wide range of views in our audience, as we always do every week, and we thought we might start by hearing some of them. So, Peter Owen, let's hear from you. What's your view?
Ranging from the slightly racist to the literally genocidal.
It's basically going to be the entire show, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the level of immigration at the moment.
Well, you have thousands of these, migrants coming over on the boats, plus others. What I want to know is, how does the government find the money to give them what they need when our pensioners and our low-paid are going without?
What?
Okay.
Whoa. Time out, host. Sure, our homeless and our poor aren't going without. I think you'll find we spend significantly more on pensioners than we do on asylum seekers.
And, of course, I'm going to guess that this gentleman is one of the regular conservatoid-type people who says, we need to look after our own. Okay, so we lift the 2-child benefit cap then and make sure the kids can eat. Fuck off! Let them starve, the cunts!
Literally.
Clean, what about you?
We have so many people in this country, we don't actually know who is in the country anymore, and I feel...
Oh, I do. It's a bunch of wankers. We've got 70 million wankers. That's it. That's seemingly the only people who exist here.
And I'm just
not
like, also,
safe.
I think we do know who's in the country. How do we not know who's in the country? What are they fucking talking about? People we don't know who's in the country. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have population registries. Asylum seekers have to be able to go through the vetting. Yeah, we do know who's in the country. What the fuck are they? What's she saying?
Don't know.
I've got 2 daughters. I don't allow them to go out on their own without knowing where they are, because I just feel every time you turn the TV on, something's happened, and it's always.
Have you considered, right? Have you considered you're a fucking idiot? Have you considered that the 2 things that happen that are relevant to the news are an infinitesimally small subsection of all of the things that have occurred in the entire country? You know?
Yeah. I mean,
I saw that a random white man went on a shotgun rampage in Cumbria in 2011. Well, can't go to Cumbria anymore. What the fuck are you saying? Come on.
Okay, Nicola Grindley.
I feel very strongly that nobody has a choice whom they're born to, where they're born to, or under what circumstances they're born to. And with legal migration spiralling out of control, I'm concerned about people forget about the humanitarian needs.
Okay, this person's getting put in the Wicker Man tonight in Dover. Obviously, this person's getting lynched. This person will not make the night. I presume they're already dead. I presume the locals have eaten her.
Absolutely, 100%.
Janice Butler?
Should we allow immigrants to work, to pay their way?
No! We should keep them in constant penury. How brilliant a system that will be. I'm sure they definitely won't turn to criminality instead.
Constant penury at the cost of the state as well.
Exactly. Cost us a fortune and force them down the road of, like, either working illegally or just doing straight up crime.
I love how, when it comes to both asylum seekers and people on welfare, the argument's just the total inverse. When it's people who are asylum seekers, it's just like, how dare they want to go out and contribute to society? You must be kept on the tiniest, smallest amount possible as a ward of the state. What? You're a British poor person. How dare you be a ward of the state? Why don't you go out and get a fucking job?
Yeah.
Or
So far, other than that one woman who, like I say, I presume has been butchered and is in the local fucking shop or whatever, it just ill-informed nonsense being spewed by dickheads in the Dover audience.
I'm still reeling at the person who said, I don't let my daughters out because I saw one thing happen on the telly. I'm like...
Well, but, I mean, look at the positives here. Once they both turn 18, they will leave and never contact her and she will die alone.
But it's just like, I mean, yeah, again, especially if you're worried about something that's a genuine concern, like sexual assault, especially given how little it takes any kind of precedence when it comes to our police, because they're too busy covering up grooming scandals or pretending that it's a wokeness problem rather than the fact that they're all misogynists.
Or doing the rapes themselves, of course.
Yeah, also, or just banging on about trans people or some shit. And I'm like, well, the people who are most likely to be sexually assaulting your daughters are your male daughter's friends, your daughter's male friends, you know?
Yeah, or your relatives, or their teachers, or some shit like that. Yeah, the vast majority,
exactly.
Like with murder, the vast majority of victims know their assailant.
Yep.
It's not stranger danger; it's people you know.
help towards pay their way?
Okay, you think that would be a good idea?
I do, but I think it would obviously have to be monitored, because I think that alone in society could make another anti-immigrants.
Okay.
If they're taking their jobs.
Okay. Well, look, that's a
Okay, so let's keep them out of the workforce completely and force them into criminality instead. Brilliant. Literally, they want it both ways, and they can fuck off both ways.
range of views here in Dover that we've heard, and I'm sure we'll hear many more, but thank you for that. Let's kick off with our first question, which is from Paul Smith.
You frequently cry, stop the boats, smash the gangs, one in, one out. Nobody's listening anymore. I don't believe you. What are you really going to do? Because whatever has been done so far amounts to nothing.
Right.
I'm sorry, was that like a haiku? Was that a poem he just did? Was he just spitting weird bars at us? Was that a question?
It's a weird riddle.
Yeah,
My
exactly.
first is in river, but not in canoe. What am I?
Well, that is something of a cri de coeur from you, Paul, I would say. Mike.
Paul, it's a good question, and I don't know whether I've knocked on your door, but I've knocked...
He looks like a Nazi camp guard.
He does. He does. He
just
looks like a
does.
groiper. He looks like a groiper.
Does. If he starts talking about them, honestly, be very wary.
On many doors in the constituency, I've had many of my colleagues around the country, and we understand fully the strength of feeling that we need to bring order and control back into the immigration system, and we're taking this seriously, and I, as the immigration minister, do too. We've made some progress. We've deported and removed nearly 50,000, and immigration working rates are now up to the highest they've been in British history. But we know we've got to go further, and you would have seen over the last few weeks some of that. So we're making it less attractive for people to come here, easier to deport people, which is really important. We're bringing in counter-terror powers to take on the smuggling gangs. That's just this week. And also...
Is that appropriate? Are they doing terrorism? Do you know what the word terrorism means? Because if you think that smuggling gangs, Al-Qaeda and fucking environmentalists are all the same, you have lost the plot completely.
I mean, they're a boat in a channel. Doesn't matter whether it's the English Channel or the Caribbean. They'll get blown up by somebody.
True. You've just got to... Look, what the whales don't sink, the US Air Force will. That's the strategy.
We're looking at all solutions, so also those safe and legal routes, to ensure that as a compassionate country, we are providing...
I'm sorry, is he still talking about Britain? Is he still talking about Britain with compassionate country? Are you fucking mental? You are a member of Parliament here. A compassionate country would not allow it.
I'm like a member of the Labour Party as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like
compassionate.
Oh, so compassionate. Yeah.
The compassionate invasion of Iraq.
Fleeing war and persecution. For me, we have to deal with this issue because we need to unite. And you'll hear many opinions here tonight. You'll hear open borders and chaos, and that will feed division.
Who's going to be arguing for that exactly? Unter Sturmbannführer?
Again, nobody. Nobody is arguing for open borders. No one at any point throughout this entire debate has argued for open borders. Not a single person has ever said, let's have open borders. But what the right think of when they think of open borders is they think of a closed border that is slightly less well managed or slightly less draconian than day one. Oh, what? We let in any amount of immigrants at all? Open borders? I'm like, no, we don't have that. In fact, we have a closed border, actually.
Yeah.
We're a fucking island nation.
Anything short of literally allowing nobody in. Anything other than building a wall around the entire coast of Britain and not allowing a single person in is open borders, clearly.
I think it's actually really important so that if people are watching this in future, they know exactly what closed borders means. Because closed borders literally means no one comes in. That is what a closed border is, yes. Right? Open. That's wrong. Sorry, that's what a blocked border is. A closed border is where you need to have permission to come in, either via a visa or through special dispensation or through any other legal means with which to do so. And they're saying, wow, people are arriving on the small boats and they're getting in without a visa. And they're claiming asylum. That is one of the alternative methods of being able to get through a closed border is by having special dispensation, which asylum seekers do if they claim asylum arriving via regular means, you know?
Mm. You'll hear measures that are too hard, that punish and that close the doors completely. Again, that feeds division. We want to unite around this so that as a country we can move on and be the fantastic country that we are. I'm a true patriot and I really mean that, and a part of that is bringing that order and control back to the system.
Paul, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I like the idea of unite. Could we all unite in this problem that we have?
No, because some of them see these people as people, and some of them would happily machine gun them in the channel. See a use if I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
Could there be a cross-party coming together to solve the problem, rather than just, it's your fault, it's my fault, it's your fault?
Well,
again,
listen, this could be a first.
It's just so dumb. It feels like we have this every week, and people just don't realise that, well, no, they don't come together and solve it because they both have different solutions. Like, they both have different ideologies. That's how political parties work. They believe different things.
Yes, yeah. Like you think people would understand that, but they don't. I presume people. Like I often ask myself, who votes for the Liberal Democrats? And it's people like this who think that we should all just get around and have a nice cup of tea and a biscuit and just decide what the policy is and that, you know.
Yeah, just go to Winchester, have a nice cold pint, wait for all this to blow over.
Yeah.
Somehow, I'm not sure that's going to happen, Paul, but let's see. Zia, what's your answer to Paul?
Well, look, let's just look at what the Labour government has done. Let's look at what the Labour government has done. Over 70,000 people have arrived in the United Kingdom illegally since Labour came to power, 50,000 in the last 12 months. That is up 40% year-on-year relative to the Tory record, which was already a disaster. And notice the very smart sleight of hand that the immigration minister from Labour uses when he talks about 50,000 deportations and removals. Shall we talk about those 50,000, Mike?
Go for it.
A very tiny fraction of those are actual deportations, i.e. enforced removals.
That's why I said removals. That's why I said
so
removals.
Will you accept then that over half of those 50,000 are what's known by the Home Office as other verified returns, which means the government literally didn't even know they were leaving until after they had left. Okay, do you know what percentage? Okay, Mike, genuine question. Mike, genuine question.
Go.
What percentage of the people who have come here illegally under Labour have been deported?
Look, what's really important...
No, please answer my question.
What's really important
what
is
percentage of those 70,000 have been deported?
50,000 have been deported since we came to power.
What percentage of the 70,000 who have come here illegally?
You can do the maths of 70,000
Mike is pretending to not know or actually doesn't know. The answer is 27. The answer is 2,700 people. Just 4% of the people who have arrived here illegally under Keir Starmer's awful government have been deported. That means 96% are still here, so it's no coincidence that these people are streaming across the channel on a daily basis.
Streaming now? They're streaming across the channel, despite the fact that, again, we still take fewer asylum seekers per capita than most European countries.
Yeah, including the country they're coming from.
Indeed.
And what Labour has done is pour gasoline on a fire that the Tories created.
Gasoline?
Again, just gets all of its politics from Twitter. It's American Twitter.
Utter yank bollocks. Is all I'm saying.
Again, like, yeah, these people take all of their politics from yankoid Twitter discourse. That's what they do. Urgent de-yankification is necessary in politics. Like, this guy did a fucking video about Zach Polanski talking about fentanyl. No motherfucker in Britain uses fentanyl. Like, again, maybe stop watching Fox News or probably fucking Newsmax at this point.
Exactly. A real British patriot uses heroin, okay?
Exactly. Heroin and MDMA, those are the British drugs.
Exactly.
And cocaine if you're rich. Those are the British drugs. Oh, and we have Ket. Lots of Ket is what we have in the UK.
True.
Ket is something that UK has loads of and Americans couldn't give a shit about. Like, Ket is a real UK drug. But yeah, I mean, clearly we should be deporting people from foreign cultures who don't know who don't integrate with cultural Britain.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that poshos who only speak in fucking Americanisms are exactly that demographic. So, goodbye.
Yeah, indeed so.
It is totally unfair on British people, and by the way, I include legal migrants within that equation. It is totally unfair. People are furious about it, and for you to sit here and gaslight people with fake numbers, which the Home Office does, Shabana Mahmood does, time and again, I think is totally unacceptable and insulting to British people's intelligence.
Do you want to answer that briefly before I come?
I will be brief on this. Look, we're not a soft touch, and you've seen from the sweeping reforms to the system over the last few weeks is the largest since the Second World War. When it comes to the number of deportations and removal, what Zia is doing there is he's splitting hairs, and the reason he's doing that is he understands fully that it takes time to process a claim. We've increased that by 50%.
No,
so that it's quicker, so we can remove.
But Zia Yusuf doesn't care.
No.
Zia Yusuf doesn't care how long it takes to process a claim. He doesn't want the claims to be processed. He wants them to drown in the channel.
Yes.
Right? That's what he cares about, right? Anybody who comes here via irregular means shouldn't be getting asylum in Zia Yusuf's world. So trying to argue towards the compassion of somebody who is fundamentally a monster, right? Who doesn't believe in the asylum process existing at all.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
Right?
Exactly. The process that Zia Yusuf wants for migrants is when they come in and claim asylum, you just say no.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no like actual process of seeing whether they come from a certain place and blah blah blah. None of that. No. Just kick them out.
Yeah. So again, putting them through the processing it's a fucking pull factor as far as he's concerned.
Yeah.
people who shouldn't be here and help those that need
All
it.
right. Lots of hands up. Let's hear from someone. The man in the blue sweater, right? Yes, there.
Evening, Mike. If you're my MP, I hate to say this, but you're talking utter rubbish. Since the 18th of September, your one in, one out scheme has only seen the removal of 153 people to date.
And 300 of them have come back somehow. Literally more of them have pinged back. That's a joke. I'm doing a joke. Yeah, no, I think it's 3 or something have come back, having been kicked out, having come here initially. Amazing shit. The government's policies are not great. They seem to just think, well, if we just do racism and nothing to actually fundamentally tackle any of the problems, that will work. And of course it won't.
I've watched your video where you've been in your masquerading NCA high-vis while the border force are zooming around the English Channel to dramatic
Hang a
gangbusters
minute.
music.
There's an incredible quote from the fucking New Statesman about Mike Tapp speaking to a new. There we go. Here it is. On patrol with Mike Tapp in Dover, and there's a genuinely hilarious quote. Let me find it.
Honestly, just the phrase "on patrol with Mike Tapp" has very strong Alan Partridge vibes.
Let's have a look.
Channel patrolling with Mike Tapp. Monkey tennis.
It's very youth hostling with Chris Eubank.
Yes, very much so. Must not turn into a rave. I repeat, must not turn into a rave.
Literally, Tapp said it's like going on a fun fair. The New Statesman journalist said we weren't that far off an Ed Davey election stunt.
He went on a fucking boating excursion in the Channel. He went for a fucking fun fair ride. Love it.
Sorry, I met Tapp again a few days later at his home office. Do you like flags? Tapp asked me when we entered his office. There were 4 Union Jacks in the room, a large one next to a portrait of Queen Elizabeth II, a smaller one on a stick on his desk, and 2 Velcro to Scooby's harness, which is his dog apparently.
That's amazing. Do you like flags?
Tapp owns about 10 Union Jacks in total. Socks, ties, clips, everything really. Lots of flags. Recently at a holiday in Great Yarmouth, Norfolk, he spent £80 on a big vintage flag for his living room wall.
What an absolute briefcaser. That's ridiculous.
Incredible. He literally quotes his dad as mocking him. His dad was like, "Why are you spending that much on a flag?"
Oh, he's getting roasted by your own dad. Imagine that. He came out of your balls and you're absolutely flexing on him. Just like, what? You're a fucking idiot. I might as well have fucking shut it up her back, you gun. Fuck's sake.
Honestly, this whole article is such fucking funny.
Oh, that's amazing. Do you like flags?
Flags.
Is that the most autistic question that's ever been asked by anyone ever? Do you like flags? I've got flags. I've got 10 flags. Oh my god.
Dear.
And he's the Labour Party guy in this. The flag nonce is the Labour Party guy.
On the 10th of October, he was ridiculed for posting a picture of his full English breakfast on Twitter with the caption "British values." we are months away from
sausages and mash, you prick.
We are months away from Labour ministers live streaming themselves having sex with Union Jack, replied Owen Jones.
Literally, yeah. I've said before, Keir Starmer will turn up in Jerry Halliwell's Union Jack dress from back in the day. I guarantee he's going to do PMQs in it one day.
Music, it's all...
Even like that Keir Starmer thing, I support flags.
I'm a supporter of the flags. It's even more cringe than that.
Unbelievable shit.
Theatrical nonsense, because not anywhere in that video did you say any numbers, nothing. I don't believe Labour, and I think this one in, one out scheme needs to go under the carpet with the rest of the stuff.
All right, let's hear from the man in the front here in the white shirt.
Yeah, I agree. The only thing that stops the boats is the weather. Because if it's weather it is now, they won't come over. And that's the only reason it will stop the boats. All this about, we're going to stop the boats, it
doesn't work, as far as you're...
No.
Brilliant, thanks.
Well, again, lots of people, their answer to stopping the boats is fucking machine gun them.
Yep.
All right, let me hear one person. The man in the middle in the tech shirt with the glasses.
Yeah, I just want to put the language we use is really dehumanising for people. We're just saying these statistics. Like, people are not statistics. If we look where they're actually coming from, they're war zones. Like, I know there needs to be some sort of control, but, you know, they're going all over the place.
They're coming from France, sir.
Yeah, but they're people. And if we look in our history, they're countries which we've had a link to. So we're cutting foreign aid. What's that going to do? You're now creating a bigger problem. I'm not saying that all of our taxes need to go on foreign aid, but we need to look at the decisions we're making. We're just slapping holes all over the place with our taxes and going, oh, let's plug this one and another one opens.
It's true.
The language we use is so important towards human beings.
Zach.
This is exactly right. And
wow, so they've got like 2 good people in Dover. Shithole. I'm just putting it out there.
it's important to remember we're talking about people, and this is personal to me, and I know it'll be personal to many people watching this program. My great-grandparents lived in Latvia. They're Jewish, and we fled because of pogroms. We ended up in Ukraine. We fled again, more pogroms. Then in Nazi occupation.
You don't have to, like, give a little smile there, Zia. You didn't have to do that.
It was just like, because again, in Zia Yusuf's world, they should stay in that place and get killed by the pogroms. Yeah. That's literally it. Yeah. Well, I guess it's like, fuck it. Well, just put them all in France. France can be the dumping ground for everybody who's ever been the victim of a pogrom.
Yeah.
Occupied Poland, then fled.
Which is ironic because France spent about 1,000 years doing religious wars, pogroming themselves.
True. I mean, France is literally like the fucking progenitor state for anti-Semitism.
Yeah, look into the Dreyfus affair, everybody.
Again. And this is what people have done throughout history. They have fled because they've moved because of war or persecution, or they've moved because of people they love or that they want.
And it's also so funny to me that I think Zia Yusuf might think he's white. Because he acts as if he's white. Like, he acts as if his family have always been here.
Well,
like,
again,
it wasn't very recently that they arrived.
Well, the thing, he's rich, right?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter to fucking rich people. If you live in a gated community, you don't realise the difference.
Yeah.
Want to travel.
And do you think there should be any limits on those numbers? Judging from your manifesto, you don't.
Well, I think we need to be really clear about the numbers. This year, 800,000 people have arrived.
Yes, Fogel, definitely. Austria, completely blameless when it comes to pogroms against Jews. 100%. 100%.
Arrived in this country. 400,000 of them have come to study. 300,000 of them have come to work and are a net contribution to our tax system.
Yes, but that's answering a different question.
Well,
the question I'm asking you, Zach, is do you believe, because judging from what the Greens say...
Okay, interesting. The first person that she's interrupted, of course, it's Zach Polanski, in the middle of discussing and providing context to the number of people that arrived via irregular means to claim asylum. I mean, the answer to the question, really, of how many do you think we should take? The answer, of course, is I think that they should be fairly distributed throughout countries that can accept them, which is mostly going to be European countries, right? And at the moment, the vast majority of them, in terms of the load, goes on Germany.
Yep.
I think it should be fairer. We can't just allow Germany to become, as I said, the dumping ground for asylum seekers. There needs to be a concerted effort from Europe to try and ensure that there is an equitable distribution. And at the moment, we don't take in our fair share. It's as simple as that. Yep. And by coordinating with our European partners, through closer ties with that big block of countries across the...
All right, Ed Davey, calm yourself.
Then they'll be perfectly reasonable to be able to do so.
Yeah. But yeah, but it's good to see the left-wing bias definitely kicking in here at the BBC.
100%, 100%.
You shy away from it, saying it in public, but what is written down is that you believe in a world without borders, therefore anyone who wants to come should be able to come. Is that correct?
So what's important to know is that when we talk about those numbers, we're talking about a policy for a sustainable society.
Okay, you haven't actually answered that.
I'm answering you right now. This is about what it looks like in the future. Yes, in an ideal world, that is the policy I would want. I recognise, though, we are not in an ideal world. We're in a world where the world is in turmoil. We know that we have huge issues in our country. But the issues with the National Health Service, the issues with the lack of council homes...
Honestly, I can't wait for Mike Tapp to lose his seat. Even if he loses it to Reform, I don't even care.
Which it will almost certainly will be.
I don't care. You shouldn't be in Parliament.
The issues with the society feeling broken...
As I said earlier, your dad should have pulled out. I'm just saying.
the issues of migrants or someone who is clinging to a small boat. They are the issues of 14 years of Conservative austerity, continued by a Labour government who say this is an island of strangers, but actually, you're a government of cowards, because you won't tell people the truth about migration. And the truth about migration, it is a positive thing for this country. We need migration, we need fair and managed migration, and that's what will change this conversation.
Woman there.
Yes! Honestly, based. Love it.
And infinitely more applause than was for fucking Mike Off Taplow.
True. A lot of white people not clapping. Just saying. Actually, are there any non-white people in the fucking audience? I can't see any. Oh fuck. Okay. It's not a diverse town, to be fair.
Hello there. I'd just like to ask. It's mainly men coming over. What happens to their families? What's leaving the families behind? Don't you think that's strange? It's mainly men.
No.
Well, oh my god, it's so fucking stupid!
No.
How many times do we have fucking discussions? Because we don't talk about immigration, obviously. And they could say, yes, it's men because they come over, claim asylum, and then the people come later. That's literally the case every fucking time. How many times do we need to explain this?
Yeah, two big contributing factors to this. Firstly, young men are going to be those most physically able to make that journey, because they're going to be the physically fittest, on average, of any cohort of either age or gender or whatever, right? So young-ish men can make the journey more physically capable. They've got to walk across deserts in some cases, across rivers and mountains and blah, blah, blah. They've got to go through all kinds of things. Secondly, when you're coming from a war zone, the people most directly impacted by that war will be young men, because young men are either civilians, in the same percentage as anybody else, or they're the people who get drafted into armies, and so have more direct need to leave the area.
Exactly.
So, put those two things together, yes, the vast majority of the people you would expect would be men between the ages of, say, 15 and 50.
It's also just like unironic misandry for them people to essentially pretend that men just somehow, due to their virtue and stoicism, can never be a victim of persecution. Actually, no, the opposite is true.
Yeah, virtually every single person drafted into an army that they didn't want to fight in was a dude between the ages of 15 and 50. In the history of mankind. That's just the way it's been. Okay? And again, this person is so obviously a Reform Party person. I don't know if they're necessarily a member or a plant or whatever, but like they're so Reform coded it fucking hurts. They're just parroting this nonsense of like, oh, it's an army of young rapists who have come over here to impregnate our women and steal our jobs. It's embarrassing. It's the same reheated bullshit we've heard about people from Afro-Caribbean cultures or people from the Indian subcontinent or wherever. The Irish before that, even. It's the same rhetoric gets used against every group. Ironically, the Poles weren't really around long enough to get that treatment. And they were white enough to get away with it, I think. But they still got, pretty racistly treated.
Can you tell me how many children and women have been over?
Well, actually, we have some men in the audience who came over on small boats and are former asylum seekers.
Just tell them the truth. Just tell them.
Let's hear from one of them.
This is supposed to be an educational program, not a fucking...
Ashraf, where are you sitting?
Hippy-dippy panel.
There you are. Can you just... So you came over from Afghanistan on a small boat in the last 4 or 5 years, I think.
Yes, I come from Afghanistan.
So...
Oh my god, even the immigrants are white, lad. There's literally, it's so racist in Dover, even the immigrants have to be white. Even the Muslim immigrants have to be white, lads.
Was the UK where you wanted to claim asylum, and did you try and claim asylum in other countries on the way?
I applied for asylum. I was a refugee and I passed many interviews in different countries.
So tell us which country did you try to claim asylum in?
My first interview was in Turkey, and the second one in Macedonia, in Serbia, in Romania, Austria, and recently in Germany, but that ain't in here.
So you applied for asylum in all those countries, what, and they all turned you down?
These countries just reject me, and they didn't accept me.
So what do you say to the woman here who says, why is it the men that are coming? And what about their families?
I say she is a stupid bitch.
I
Would
mean,
be a
it's-
great
it's-
answer. I suspect he's going to be far more polite than that, though.
It's surprising that Germany didn't accept his application, given he's coming from Afghanistan, you know? Not exactly
Yeah.
difficult to prove persecution from Afghanistan, is it?
Also, very historically, not at all worrying note that they're going to reintroduce conscription in Germany. They're going to start doing national service
Yeah.
again. That's definitely not historically echoey and worrying in any way. No, I'm definitely okay
Quite.
with that.
Why did you come on your own, and what about the
yeah.
fact that so many men are coming?
Everybody knows my country is not safe for us. We have a war.
Why was that? Was it ever safe in the past, and it was made unsafe by various outside actors?
Yeah, maybe. Here's an idea, chat. Maybe don't pass loads of weapons through to fundamentalist Islamists
The brave
just because they happen
fighters,
to
the
hate
brave
yeah, just-
fighters of the Mujahideen, please.
yeah, just because they hate the same communists that you do.
Yeah, yeah. And then go in there and destroy it a second time to get rid of those guys, only to then just leave and let them have it back anyway. But this time with gym equipment that you've left behind. Brilliant. Amazing shit.
War about 15 years. We are living in
As well, of course, of allowing them to restart the puppy growing program, so sending heroin prices through the fucking floor. Brilliant. Thanks, lads.
I mean, clearly, we went there specific for like Scottish imperialism to try and restart the opium pipeline.
You'll have had your smack.
the war. Because of that, just we come here and I just want to leave. And because of that, I come here.
So Zia, when you hear a story like
But
that,
you need to answer
for
the
example,
question.
No, but also, she's going to try now and appeal to the humanity of a person with no humanity.
True.
Brilliant.
Do you think that someone like Ashraf, despite the fact he's fleeing a war, and there are many wars around the country, in fact, can't take everybody, they shouldn't be able to come?
Yeah, well, I don't know enough about that particular individual story, so
No,
I'll
sure,
comment
I
more
get that, but
broadly.
in terms of the
I
principle
think
of it.
in terms of broad strokes, let me be clear. If you're entering a war zone, it's generally men first. If you're fleeing a war zone, it's generally women and children first. And the vast majority of the people coming to this...
That's not true. That's not fucking true. Okay, who was leaving? Say when Russia wanted to conscript all of those men into the war in Ukraine, why was it that about, was it 500,000 men fled into the Caucasus republics? It wasn't women escaping anything, was it? It was men. Because men didn't want to go and fucking die. Now, that's not to say lots of women didn't leave as well. I'm sure they did. Children, yeah, it's a bit up in the air. But
And also, like, the people who get targeted for kind of, especially when it comes to the Taliban, people who get targeted for reprisals, like for breaking Islamic law or whatever. Like, sure, there is plenty of misogyny, but a lot of women keep their head down. But the men will get blamed if there is a kind of a lack, if they don't adhere to like the new state's principles under Taliban rules. And men are actually, again, just as likely to be under persecution, if not more so. From
This
state
country,
persecution.
via the English Channel, illegally are men. That is a statistical fact. And when people talk about language, I don't know what language people are objecting to. I'm dealing with statistics.
Streams of people.
Invasions.
Yeah, swarms of people.
Or should we call them illegal immigrants when the asylum process is perfectly legal?
Yeah.
Dealing with data, and I think that's a sensible way to formulate.
And ironically, as someone points out here, is there a Lib Dem there? Again, the Zach Polanski, being the political super genius that he is, already called this. Does anyone even know that the Lib Dems are there? Has anyone noticed?
Who?
Have they made any impact whatsoever? Zia Yusuf has spoken more times now than the Lib Dems probably will all night. So fucking pointless in existence they are.
Policy, and I think we should use language clearly. I think we should use language
Okay,
accurately
but just
and
to be
fearlessly.
specific, Zia,
But
because...
Okay, well, accurately would be you stop calling them illegal migrants then, because they're not.
Yeah.
Reform policies deport all illegal immigrants in the UK within 5 years. So that would be, I mean, these are real people. That would be someone like you. And that's what you're saying, right? Okay.
If you are
Just
in
to be
this
clear.
country illegally, let me be crystal clear. If Nigel Farage
But no,
was our next Prime Minister...
But asylum seekers aren't in this country illegally. I mean, none of us are out here saying don't deport people who are here illegally. Are perfectly reasonable if someone has a visa, overstays their visa, and then lives here with no right to be here totally legally, yeah, fine, whatever. Fuck them off. I don't give a shit. Right? But that's not the case with asylum seekers, because it's not illegal to seek asylum.
And that's obviously what we're working to deliver. If you're in this country illegally, you will be deported back to the country from which you came. Over 170,000 people have arrived in this country illegally since 2018. Most of that work was done by the Tories, sadly, and that is more people than arrived.
When you were a member. He was a Conservative. They're just the Conservatives repackaged. They were all Tories, all of them.
On the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. I have used the word invasion before, and people might object to that term, but the dictionary definition of an invasion is an unwanted incursion into a space of land. And I don't know what to describe it. 170,000 people arriving. By the way, what are the countries from which they are coming? They're coming from Syria, they're coming from...
Okay, when you said earlier then that you don't know what language is being objected to, and then you give a specific example, you clearly did, you're full of shit.
True.
Afghanistan, they're coming from Iraq, they are coming from Iran, not countries that have a track record of having Britain's interests at heart.
Okay, all right.
Yes, because... Whoa, see. Right, so these people are fleeing these countries because of persecution, and you say that they're politically against us. Maybe that's because they're on our side, right? Maybe people are going to be politically persecuted by the fucking Ayatollah are more likely to be pro-Britain than they are pro-Iran. Are you fucking stupid?
And you'd think, given his penchant for the culture war, he would know that a great many of the Christians who exist in these places get fucked on. And so, disproportionately, larger percentages of Christians would be arriving.
Yeah, exactly. Or the fucking Kurds, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about Iran and Iraq and Syria, all countries of which have a Kurdish minority, and all of which are countries that persecute their Kurdish minority. Why do you think a lot of Kurds end up in the fucking UK asylum system?
British state exists to serve the British people.
I need to hear from the rest of the panel. Hang on. Daisy.
So let's be really clear. A reform government wouldn't just be throwing out people who have arrived here through irregular routes. They want to rip up indefinite leave to remain. People who have come to this country, who have earned their right to be here, who are granted leave to stay in this country, they want to throw out all of those people, ripping apart families, bringing chaos into our economy and our sector, and doing something which I believe fundamentally is really un-British. Now,
whereas what the Lib Dems would do would be to rejoin the EU and do a 10p bag tax. I have said my piece. Good night.
It is kind of frustrating, though, that all of the arguments are about Britishness or fairness. Can we just start talking about whether a thing is morally correct, about whether something has positive utility or not, rather than appealing to things that mean nothing and also everything at the same time? Yeah. Everyone has a different definition of what is British or fair. Yeah. Like, again, in the same way that I think it is not fair that some people have all of the money in the world and some people have nothing. Other people think it's unfair for the government to steal money through taxation to give it to scroungers, you know? But this is two different understandings of the word fairness. The difference, of course, is that my thing has better utility, because what marginal extra utility do you get if a billionaire becomes have an extra billion? It means nothing to them. Yeah. It obviously means plenty more to somebody else.
Indeed.
Now, on the question about men coming here, I mean, this is just a straightforward fact. The reason why men often arrive in the UK on their own is because the journey is just too dangerous for women and children. When women and children go on that journey, when they're leaving a place of war and persecution, they can be subject to rape, kidnap, trafficking and slavery, and therefore often...
To be fair, men also can, but again, those most likely to be able to physically defend themselves and physically make the journey would be younger men. That's just a fact. Physically, on average, they're going to be stronger, have greater stamina, larger muscle mass, etc., etc.
Men come in advance in order the family can follow them, and that's documented by migration groups. But if I could just finish and come to the question that Paul asked right at the very beginning. I think, Paul, your question tapped into this enormous frustration that British people have on this issue. They've heard slogans. There's been, migration caps that have never been met. There are so many broken promises. And I think the British people, the silent majority of British people, are crying out for politicians to come up with practical solutions.
Well, let's talk about some of your solutions, Daisy. So one of yours is to set up these big Nightingale centres to clear the backlog and double the number of caseworkers from 2,000 to 4,000.
I actually don't think this is necessarily a dreadful idea. Take the same model we did for the Nightingale hospitals during COVID. You can build temporary either accommodation or processing centres in specific locales where they're necessary and get through them quicker. I don't think that's a dreadful idea, in all honesty. You know, you're going to have to invest a certain amount of money into it, but okay, fine. If you prioritise that, you can do that. I don't think that's terrible. I don't know if it's necessarily the long-term approach, but I don't think it's meant to be. I think it's meant to be get through the backlog as quick as we can. Get back to something like normality.
Exactly. I mean, that's the problem, is that people... I think the biggest problem that you hear when you speak to people on the ground is the state is spending too much when we have other problems than you're dealing with, and there's a cost of living crisis, right?
Yeah.
And the state would stop spending if a bunch of the asylum casework went all the way through and we stopped having to... We didn't have a massive backlog. Clearing that backlog is the most important thing, as far as I can see, to calm the situation down.
Yeah.
6 months. How are you going to do that in 6 months?
Well, there are lots of caseworkers.
Is that remotely realistic?
I think it is. There are lots of caseworkers at the Home Office, and many of them have left because of the work pressure.
So you're going to find another 2,000 in 6 months?
I think there are many people who have left that service who you could bring back to help run this. But look, realistically, what we have to...
Yeah, I mean, a large part of those people are not like specialists. They fill in fucking forms and stuff. It's not actually that complex. You're not looking for 2,000 brain surgeons. I don't think it's actually that big a deal. Yeah, you could probably do that. Maybe 6 months is too short a time. Maybe it's a year. Whatever. But, like, it's not that insurmountable a problem. We built those fucking hospitals in no time. And we didn't use most of them. But that's not the point. I mean, you can build that capacity when there is the political will to do so.
I mean, clearly we need to get Xi Jinping in. You know, get the Chinese to build it for us. They build things in fucking weeks.
President Xi, my immigration system seeks liberation.
He yearns for investment.
True.
To do, rather than just moving people around from hotels to, you know, army centres or wherever it might be, we have got to drive down the backlog. And the way to do that is to rapidly expand the number of caseworkers who can process these applications quickly. So if we recruit these extra caseworkers, get the backlog down, we should then be in a position to stop using hotels in a matter of months. But at the same time...
Zia Yusuf looks like Mr. Potato Head. Yes.
He does.
He genuinely does. I never noticed that
is that
before.
racist because he's got brown skin?
Well,
Okay,
it wouldn't matter what colour skin he had. He looks like his face has been sort of mishmashed.
It does like that TikTok filter where you drop the bottom, you drop the
one eye ends up on your eyebrow and your lips are on your chin. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Time we need safe and legal routes for those who genuinely are fleeing war and persecution, so they can come here in a managed and compassionate way.
All wars? All wars? I mean, there are wars going on. I mean, we could list them. Yemen.
Maybe we could stop funding them as well. That would probably be good.
But also, like, people from all of these wars do come to the UK to seek asylum. Just not the vast majority of them who go to other countries, because again, it needs to be done in collaboration with other states. You know.
Yeah.
Myanmar, Ethiopia, Sudan. I mean, I could go on. You want safe and legal routes for all those areas?
Let's be clear, the vast majority of people leaving those wars go to all sorts of different countries. We don't accept anywhere near as many as a number of other countries.
No, I appreciate that. Usually they go to the country nearest them. But are you saying that we should accept people from all conflict
I think
areas?
we need to have international agreements.
Yes, we already do. We already do accept people from all of these conflicts. We have accepted Ethiopians, Sudanese, Syrians, Iraqis, Iranians, Afghans, Yemenis. Like, of course we have. Like, what war do you, what standard would you have for deciding that one war is not acceptable as a case for asylum?
She's just doing right-wing bullshit because she's in the left-wing media establishment, clearly. Such bias from the BBC, the British broadcasting communism.
So that every single country is pulling their weight on this issue, and that's something that is missing at the moment. But the one last thing I also wanted to say was about the right to work. At the moment, because we have people here and it's taking so long to process their claim, they are falling into the clutches of the very criminal gangs that are exploiting this problem. To get them out of the clutches of the criminal gangs, let's give them the right to work. If their claim isn't processed within 3 months, they can then earn their way and we can take money out of the hands of the criminals.
All right, Kieran, you're sitting in for vacation. I'm going to come to you.
Dad, you know what? I don't dislike any of that, really. That was fine.
It seemed absolutely fine, yeah.
A little bit more from our audience. Yes, the man there, you've got a scarf around your neck, I think. I can't quite see. Yes.
With the OECD recently releasing a report that says that the government's stringent immigration policies are likely to act as a brake on growth, have the government just scored a spectacular own goal?
All right. Well, listen, we'll come to that.
I
Let me
mean,
hear another point here. Yes, man, here in front of me.
Not wrong. He isn't wrong. It will absolutely fucking destroy growth in this country if we slash migration.
Yep.
It's just an absolute fact. If you look back at the last 15 years or so, basically all of the increases in productive capacity have come from expanding the labour pool.
Yep.
They say they want growth, and yet they also want to bring down migration. And these things are pulling in opposite directions.
Yeah, and long term we have to find systemic solutions to that, because obviously you can't just have a constantly expanding population, especially when you're not investing anything in infrastructure, although that would be sort of to do with the systemic thing. But anyway, but in the short term you can't just sort of turn that tap off.
Yep.
You need those people coming in, otherwise you are going to completely stymie your economy. Yeah.
Yeah, like we should all be looking at ways in which that we can make it easier to support the retired population whilst also trying to increase birth rates so that we can not have to rely on migration to keep up our population pyramid. That's perfectly reasonable. But until we've managed to find a way of fixing the birth rate, we're going to need migrants. Otherwise, we'll just become a fucking retirement home rather than a country.
You know what you need for birth rates? People fucking. You know who fucks? Young men.
True. Clearly, there is a very short supply of eligible bachelors in this country.
True.
Sorry, well, Carl, clearly I'm not prioritising men's mental health. I apologise.
True.
Green time.
So obviously we don't take as many asylum seekers as many other countries. Countries like Turkey take in so many more than us. Why do we keep on complaining that this is such a big issue?
Because we're a bunch of fucking whinging bastards. That's why.
Yeah, literally.
We're a nation obsessed with whining about fucking everything.
Race to the bottom, the country.
Yeah. Garbage island. It's not even normal island anymore. It's just the North Atlantic garbage patch.
We take in just a small percentage of these people.
Kieran?
Can I just pick up on the original
Sure,
question from Paul? Because you mentioned one of the slogans that my party had, and we've been in power for 14 years, and we absolutely have got to take a share of the blame for people's cynicism about politicians' rhetoric on this issue. I absolutely accept that. Absolutely, I think, as Z has quite effectively laid out, Labour are not delivering on this issue, and things have got a lot worse.
Fixing
But
the open
I
borders,
think,
Kieran.
but I just have, Mike, just, you know, let people speak. So I
And again, like even Labour are doing this now, trying to claim that we had open borders when we didn't. Like, if you need a visa to get here, or you need to claim asylum to arrive without a visa, then yeah, that's not an open border. That's how that fucking works.
Boo, you didn't do the soundboard. What soundboard? What sound did I not do that I should have done, chat? But either way, this guy's a knob. Again, nation of whingers. Oh, he said a word while I was trying to talk. Motherfucker, you were in Parliament going rah, 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 as the Prime Minister's trying to explain to you about like foreign policy and shit. Like, someone could be asking a question about fucking genocide, and there's two Tory dickheads arguing about like who's got the last line of Chaz in the bogs afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, don't talk fucking shit to me about, oh, just let me speak for a second, will you? Fuck off.
You know, I can criticise Labour. Actually, I think you probably don't want to hear that much from a Conservative politician. I know when I say that to people, they say, well, you're in charge and, you know, you didn't fix it. So what I'm really focused on is what is our genuine, concrete plan that I think does represent an overhaul in how we deal with these issues. For example, taking us out of the European Court of Human Rights, I think is absolutely fundamental to allow us to take back control of our borders. No. Too many things that we would like to do, we won't be able to do.
I think it's
for example, if we wanted to send some...
I mean, like, it doesn't change how we control our borders at all. It changes how we interact with foreign nationals from other countries.
Yeah.
That, in terms of, like, deporting people if they commit crimes, you know? And I think that there are probably some cases in which it gets applied too liberally, right? Fine. But the fact that their answer to this is not, let's just see if we can try and reform it to make sure we get rid of those loopholes. It is, let's leave the convention entirely. It's dumb as shit. Again, because you'll still be signed up to the refugee convention.
Yep.
Someone back to a country who shouldn't have come here and they don't want...
By the way, I don't know where this guy is really from, but like, I apologise on behalf of all Midlanders for whichever part of the Midlands he is from. I can pick up that accent, and he's a wrong un.
to leave, they can say that because the healthcare in the country that we're sending them to isn't good enough, we can't do that. That was clearly never. It's not nonsense. Absolutely true. Article 3 claims that originally were intended to prevent people from suffering from torture and inhumane treatment are now used to say that if you send me to a country where I can't access the healthcare that I need, that counts as inhumane treatment. That's one example.
Years,
I don't think it's unreasonable when you say, "Well, the healthcare that you need." I'm like, well, yeah, if you need certain healthcare, otherwise you'll fucking die. Like, I have cancer, and you want to deport me to a country where there is no cancer treatment. I'm just like, sure, maybe that's reasonable.
Yeah, that's pretty inhumane. Yeah. If you're diabetic and you're sending someone to a place with no insulin, that's a death sentence.
Yeah.
What you're doing there is killing that person.
Finish, Daisy, and then the second point is that actually I think because there is such a level of cynicism about governments around this issue, our policy is to say that MPs directly should be voting on what that cap on migration looks like, so that you're directly in control.
Okay, and you the last election, actually the last 3 elections, I believe, you promoted a cap that you never had any intention of keeping as the Conservative Party. So, like, your MPs did vote on that, and nothing happened.
In terms of some of the other ideas that the panel have talked about, Fiona, I think you picked up the key point. If you have safe and legal routes, so if anyone that wants to come to this country can come to this country, around the world there are about 100 million people living...
Yeah, the scare tactic nonsense. Having safe and legal routes doesn't mean you have to accept every single person. Obviously. That's nonsense.
In displacement, internally or externally, there are 8 million people that want refugee status.
We haven't got 8 million people coming to the UK.
It's the wrong thing to do to pick. It's the wrong thing to do to pick someone who's got absolutely potentially a valid claim and say that we shouldn't bring in controls because there are some people with legitimate claims. We cannot possibly take all the legitimate claims.
All right, well, listen, let's hear...
No one's saying that we should, you fucking boiled twat.
Yeah, this is absurd.
Yeah. And choose who it is that you want to come over to the country, and they never have answers on that problem, never.
No one is.
Let's hear. So the man in the white shirt. Now I know you came over on a small boat. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
What's your response to what you're hearing? Because obviously everyone is talking about people like you.
Well, let me say something first. I just want to clear that leaving the convention doesn't just affect the migrants. It would give ordinary people one less court, less court to protect their rights, even for weekend checks and the government power, risk on peace settlement in Northern Ireland.
Why is he shaking his head when this is true?
It's true. Although I think it's the ECJ that protects peace in Northern Ireland, right? Not ECHR specifically. Unless those are two things are linked, so I'm a fucking idiot, doesn't know what she's talking about.
And damage our security cooperation.
Let me ask you about your situation. I mean, since we were talking about immigration in this program today, we thought, and we would be talking about people like you, we would see if there were, 2 or 3, 4 people who wanted to come along who are in that situation, and I know you are. So you, because I talked to you beforehand, you came from Iran. I just wonder what you think of this idea, because one thing that the government is talking about is if, and a number of parties are, if the countries are safe, they become safe once you have left them, in your case, Iran.
Okay.
Would you be then happy to go back?
Right, but considering the British government, albeit under a different party, but I mean, who cares, frankly, tried to suggest that Libya was a safe country. I don't know that I trust that in the future any British government can be trusted with that power legitimately. Because they'll just say, well, this Mordor is actually perfectly safe. And I think we should send all the Mordorians back there now. Ridiculous.
Well, there's 2 points which we need to take care about them. First of all, okay, physically, if Iran is safe, the regime changed, there is a regime change in Iran, okay, that's safe for people like me to go back to Iran. But the second thing, which we need to...
I know because he's Iranian, but he has the same accent as my friend's dad, who was an Iranian exile from years and years ago now. And obviously it's a big thing in Iran that if someone enters your house, you feed them, right? And
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I'd go
true.
around to his house and I'd be like, "Oh, you're right, Mister. Let's call him Mister Davis." That was definitely not his fucking name. And I said, "Oh, you're right, Mister Davis," and he'd go, "Oh, yeah, you want some crisps?" I was like, "No, I'm okay. I've just eaten, thank you, Mister Davis." No, you have some crisps. You come, and he literally would like manhandle you, and eventually you'd go, "Okay, I'll have a Scotch egg or whatever," and he'd go, and his wife, who was like this white English lady, he'd go, "Let's call her Linda." He'd go, "Linda, make him a salad." You'd end up with this like fucking smorgasbord of food, and you're like, an hour later we were going to go swimming and I'm fucking bloated eating all this food. Amazing creature. Anyway, he sounded exactly like this dude. I'm getting flashbacks to being force fed by an Iranian man. Unbelievable.
Take care about it is, for example, for me, I have a 4-month-old daughter, so she born here, and she's growing up here. She will growing up here, learning English, learning how to read and write English, and she won't know how to read and write Farsi or even speak Farsi.
So you wouldn't want to go back with your family?
Yeah, even after, let's say, after 5 years, a government.
Yeah, I did clock Zia's face, a look of disgust when he said his kid had been born here. Like, get
I think he's
fucked,
like,
mate. You know.
like he's not wrong as well. Like, he's not wrong. The thing is, what's been going around Twitter recently is someone was pointing out the fact that, well, what if would the government deport people whose children were born here, even though their asylum claim was rejected? And I'm just like, well, it seems unfair to let somebody stay here, even though they don't have a legitimate claim to asylum, just because their kid was born here. I'm like, well, really easy way to solve this is not leave people in fucking 3-year-long asylum limbo. Really simple.
That would solve a lot of these problems, yeah. Absolutely mad shit.
Government, which a government from Mr. Zia reform, which came originally from.
Actually, I'd tell you who. The kind of ironically, the ground zero for this was what's her face, the ISIS bride woman, Shamima Begum. Shamima Begum was the start of this. Once the British people and the British state accepted that someone with British citizenship could just have that removed, just zapped out of existence and leave them completely stateless, completely fucked. For those who don't know, Shamima Begum was a British woman who she was groomed into becoming an ISIS bride, and she went to Syria to become, an ISIS bride. Eventually, ISIS falls and all the rest of it, and she escapes, and she's now in. Is it Lebanon or somewhere like that, in some concentration camp?
I think she's still in like South Syria. Let me
is she? I'm not. Well, somewhere in the Middle East.
In a refugee camp.
In a refugee camp. She had her British citizenship removed from her, and that's just been allowed. That's fine. The British establishment have just decided we can zap away someone's citizenship. In theory, she could have gone to Bangladesh, but they've done the same. So she's now just stateless. She's a stateless pirate. Just forever ensconced in a fucking refugee camp. Absolutely disgusting. And the British government have just accepted this now. So everyone's fair game. Doesn't matter if you were born here. Doesn't matter how long you've been here. You can just be fucked over by it. It's disgusting.
What's crazy about the Shamima Begum thing is that we talked a load in this country about the grooming gang scandal, etc., awful shit. Lessons to be learned, clearly. Shamima Begum is a grooming victim.
Yeah,
She was groomed by a Dutch man called Jago Radic, right?
Jesus Christ, Holland,
yeah,
please.
Yeah, I think it's Ray Dyke that's pronounced. Sorry, and she was groomed, she was raped, she was a victim of statutory rape on multiple different occasions, had kids with her rapist, and she groomed her to become essentially an ISIS bride. And she's a brown child who's been a victim of grooming, who's been raped multiple times. Well, she should know better.
Yeah.
At 15, you should know better than to get yourself groomed and raped. Yeah. And it's just like, there's just a different. There's no better summation of the idea that in the British media and political landscape, that white is right.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
And if perfectly legitimately. As obviously to point out that it was especially working class girls in the grooming gangs who were serially ignored by the police for both being young and being white and being a woman and being working class, all things that contributed to them not being taken seriously by the police, and there's a justified outrage. And yet when it comes to fucking Shamima Begum, it's fine. If she's raped, who cares? If she's trafficked, who cares? If she's groomed, who cares? She's brown, so therefore don't give a fucking shit about what happened to her.
Yeah. On the point of people with strange names, a person who they're kind of trying to make the replacement for Charlie Kirk, it has the unbelievable name of Samantha Fullnecky. There she is on the screen, everybody. That is their real name. And they're lining them up to be the new Charlie Kirk. Okay. I mean, you know,
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
As you do.
Yeah.
Migrant family came tell me to go back to your country. What will happen to my daughter? Do you think this is
happily take. I'll
is that
happily
fair?
answer that question. My parents came here legally. They did not come here illegally. And look, there's a clear dividing line.
Back when there were legal routes, which don't exist anymore. Cool. So,
I mean,
literally pulling the ladder up behind you. Yeah, cool.
I mean, obviously, the illegal route is about asylum seekers. I don't think his parents were asylum seekers, but the route with which that they had to come and settle in this country, Reform want to close down.
Yeah.
Priti Patel would have made it so that her parents could have never come here in the first place under her changes to the migration rules.
In British politics. If you're watching this at home and you want to vote for a party that will prioritise the interests of foreign nationals who came here illegally, or do you want to vote for a party that are going to prioritise British citizens who work hard, set their alarm clocks in the evening before going to bed, and toil to pay tax
That is
money
not the
to,
dividing
for
line.
example,
That is not the dividing line in British politics right now,
Do you know how much
dear.
money the British
There are
taxpayer
other
had to
choices
pay?
available.
Do
There
you
are
know
people
how much
speaking
money
for the
the
silent
British
majority.
taxpayers had to pay for universal credit payments alone for foreign nationals last year? That was £10 billion.
Yeah, but you don't want to give universal credit to British people either.
No, true.
Don't pretend you're going to like save that money and spend it on the British people. You're going to give tax cuts to Donald Trump. Are you fucking joking?
An asylum seeker gets a week.
Hang on, if you're talking about no one can hear.
£49 a week. £49 a week. This is what this man wants to take off you.
29, British taxpayers will be spending half the forecast defence budget on universal credit alone for foreign nationals. There's nothing about that that's remotely acceptable, and I'm sorry, we will stick up for British citizens who paid their taxes.
I mean, I agree that we shouldn't be spending that much on defence.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, if we cut the defence budget in half, then it would just be the full amount, and that'd be fine. Yeah, okay, let's do that.
But I just in general, like say, oh, we're spending all of this money on universal credit for foreign nationals. I'm just like, well, it's not enough to live on.
No.
It's never. The universal credit has never been enough to live on. No. But the reality, of course, if you took that away, these people would just be on the fucking street. Yeah. You know, as far as I'm concerned, the thing I don't want is for our streets to be fucking full of homeless people. Don't care whether they're foreign nationals or British people. I don't want any of them to be homeless. And whilst I think it is a universal good to stop people being homeless, you can't appeal to British people on the grounds of the milk of human fucking kindness. So you have to appeal to them for their own fucking material interests. Do you want to go down your fucking high street and have wall-to-wall homeless people begging you for change? No, of course you fucking don't. No one wants that shit. So pay for fucking good benefit state. Yeah. Pay for a good welfare state.
Indeed. Also, as pointed out in chat, the Reform Party do prioritise Israel.
True.
So, you know.
In 2017, there was not a single asylum seeker who arrived on a boat. Durham University did the research. 2017.
Oh.
Get ready, chat. She's gonna say it.
The big B is hoving into view. Let's go.
Not a single person.
How many have arrived since
Today
then?
we
How many
have
have arrived since
46,000 a year. And do you know why? It was because of the botched Brexit deal.
Hey! Brexit, 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 Brexit. You knew she was going to FBPE post. It had to happen.
Every time.
Every time.
That is
utter nonsense. That is utter nonsense. If it's because of Brexit, why are people arriving in boats in Spain and Italy? When we were in the EU agreement, we took more people. The returns agreement that Daisy just mentioned, we took more people than we sent back. So the idea it's to do with the returns agreement, it's a complete lie.
Pause, please. I have to fucking just debunk this guy's fucking stupid bullshit, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, we took more people in than we sent back. Yes, because there were no boats. It's because there were no boats, right? People weren't coming here because they knew they'd get sent back. The whole reason why the number of asylum seekers increased is because there was no threat of them going back. Now that they can, because they were going to get sent back, that was a fucking deterrent. You say you want deterrence, you can say over and over again you want fucking deterrence. It was a deterrent and it was proven to fucking work. And then you got rid of it. Oh well, now people are going to come across because they know they're not going to get returned under the Dublin Protocol.
Also, those are Turkish teeth. Let's not beat around the bush. That is Istanbul got written all over it. Come on now.
It's like when people talk about, oh well, if we leave the European Union, we're gonna make our own bespoke agreements. Yeah, we have our bespoke returns agreement. It was called the 1 in 1 out rule, and one guy's been on the fucking merry-go-round 3 fucking times.
Which is amazing.
Incredible, honestly. Give him asylum just for the persistence. You know?
Exactly, yeah. Like you've earned it at that point. It's like if you win the World Cup 3 times, you get to keep it. You know. Like, if you break in 3 times, you really want that shit.
I mean, honestly, it's just... I mean, I guess that's probably why France agreed to it, because they knew that this shit would happen.
Yeah, exactly. France was just like, okay, well, they'll come back for a week and then they'll fuck off again. Yeah, okay. if it keeps the English fucking quiet for a bit, let's go.
Technically, less people. We took more people than we sent back.
Is why they're here. Woman there in the colourful top. Yes, with the glasses.
In practice, how hard would it actually be to set up a system where we had something like a consulate abroad where people could then do their applications?
Absolutely. So hang on, whoa. So a safe and managed route? Is that what you're saying? A safe and managed... Imagine if anyone had suggested a safe and managed route up to this point. Crazy talk.
I know, mad shit. Communism. People communism.
Safe country, have their application dealt with, use the money that they're currently giving to criminal, vile people smugglers, use that money to buy a very cheap ferry ticket when they're allowed to come across.
Exactly. The way you stop the small boats is by allowing them to use the big boats that go between England and France every fucking day. From Dover, ironically. God almighty.
Come here, use that money to set themselves up in a new life and start earning money, paying taxes, contributing to this country. Really?
Let's go! Make that bitch Prime Minister. Just fucking go for it. Jesus.
It sounds so simple when you put it like that, right? Like years and years of endless fucking debate, silenced by
which
one
we never talk about.
saying...
Never talk about it. We talk about it. It's never happened. God almighty. But of course, that people don't want solutions to it that involve anything like brown people coming here, because that's ultimately the point, right? It's kind of a hackneyed point to just go, you're racist or whatever. But I'm not saying that necessarily everyone is racist, but fundamentally, the vast majority of people who want to vote for someone like Reform or like the hard end of the Tory party are racist scum who don't want brown people here. So offering them a solution to the problem that they bring up of the small boats isn't what they want. The solution they want is literally for the denizens of Kent to be able to shoot fucking ordnance off the cliffs of Dover at the boats as they arrive. They want to see them flung in a catapult across the 22 miles of the channel.
What's really frustrating as well is it literally, if you look at the polling on this one, if you look at which issues people care about, and you break it down by like age cohort, like no one under the age of 45 gives a shit about this topic.
Yeah.
Like all of the public opinion that is incensed about migration comes from people over the age of 45. Yep. When you look at in the internal polling on this stuff, like there's almost equal cost of living with immigration in like the over 45s, over 50s, and everyone and the under the 45, under 50s group, no one fucking cares. Can we please have hospitals and dentists, please?
Well,
and can we also, you know,
the entire political establishment is set up to please like 12 boomers in Kent. That's it. Those are the only people that fucking matter.
Literally.
No, further forward, with the glasses, one with the glasses, yes.
If the role was reversed and we were in one of the horrific circumstances, do you think these countries would let us in? I do. I think that...
You think they would let us in?
Yeah, I think that we've got to show a bit of compassion.
A bit of compassion, humanity.
Well, the problem, of course, I mean, she's making a good point.
Let's take another question on this subject. It was from Jeff. Jeff Taylor, where are you? You had a question.
Well, I mean, she's made a good point there, but
Hello.
Brilliant.
Here we go. Sorry.
Now we're back. It's all right. But yeah, look, I was going to say, like, the problem is, of course, is that no British person believes they'll ever be on the other side of it.
Exactly.
There are insulated little fucking cosseted lives in the Imperial Core where problems only exist for other people. Again, it's why fucking everyone and their mum in America still talks about 9/11. It's like, oh, a couple of thousand people died. Welcome to fucking Tuesday if you live in Iraq. Like,
exactly,
welcome to just like any weekday in Sudan.
Exactly, yeah. The leopards will never eat my face.
Question then. It's relevant to this.
Oh.
Housing, etc., is both conducive to maintaining local house prices and is safe for those in those communities.
Right, so this is another issue that comes up often when we talk about immigration, is where, irrespective of whether how many people are here, where should they go?
Yes, it's a good question, and it's important. We've had hotel use shoot through the roof. 400 hotels were opened when we came into government. So we are working full pelt to move people out of hotels into larger military sites. And we've said that we will close every single hotel by the end of this parliamentary term, if not quicker. It's costing the taxpayer far too much money, and it's also causing local and community resentment. And it's that sort of resentment that Reform, for example, thrive off. So we will
where are you
take
sending
that
them, Mike?
away.
So if you're closing
We'll
the
put
hotels,
them
where are they going?
into larger military sites.
And again, this is the point. He doesn't want an answer to the question. He doesn't want a solution to it, because it doesn't matter where you send them. If it's not Davy Jones's locker, he's not interested.
Yeah.
I've already said, and make it a fairer system. It's fair because it's less attractive than hotels, which ensures that we don't have that asylum shopping across Europe where it's seen as a soft touch, but it's also, fair for those people because they have somewhere to stay and it doesn't impact communities like hotels are.
Well, you say that. I mean, Crowborough is in your patch, and that's a military site was proposed, and there have been big protests.
Yeah, absolutely. And the first thing to say, Mike, is there are more people in hotels now than before you took office. So just remember that.
Hotel use is halved to
in Crowborough, it's just over the border in the constituency of my colleague Nusgani, and they are fighting tooth and nail to make sure that 600... This is a small little conurbation in the middle of nowhere, a rural area, and they want to put 600 asylum seekers, young men, in that village. Completely inappropriate place to put them.
So where should these people go?
The cadets that use that place are going to be displaced. The local community are losing a local amenity as a result. And what's also really shocking is that Zach comes on and talks the talk on these issues as the Green Party leader. The local council leader in Wealdon, where this is taking place, is the deputy Green Party leader. And after saying and fighting and kicking back and saying that actually we should be a safe haven for migrants, etc., has been pushed by the local community into saying that they're going to resist this now because it isn't appropriate and isn't the sort of place you can send people. And the reason we have to have somewhere else we can send people to, a safe third country, so we just don't have to do this stuff anymore. That if you come here illegally, we will send you to a
well,
safe
funny, right? He goes, oh, well, I've got such compassion, but, the Greens don't, they're asylum NIMBYs, but they actually say the barracks are bad because they are bad, which is why we need to send people to fucking Rwanda. It's so funny to me. Like,
yeah, Rwanda's ways over.
It's terrible to put them in military barracks, which I don't think it is good accommodation. I think you should have purpose-built accommodation. But the idea that you somehow think that this it would be better to send them to fucking Kigali, to a country that might go to war with the Democratic Republic of the Congo, I don't think so. Although, to fair, Congo and Rwanda are the same country.
They are. They're Tories work this one out. Also, we need the phrenologists on this one, because look at him. That is... Attack of the Coneheads situation.
Also, apparently, according to chat, Rachel Millward put asylum seekers up in her own house. Admittedly, her massive house. But at the very least, she's using her massive house for a good purpose.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, England have been drawn in Group L of the World Cup.
Yes, I mean, as an England team would want to do, taking a big L.
There you go. Well, I mean, the fact that there are that many groups in the World Cup shows that it's rather a joke, but there we go. Oh, that is entirely the wrong one. Why have I done that? Hang on a second. Hang on. Why has my mouse disappeared? There we go. Sorry.
Third country or back to the country where you came from, if that's appropriate. That will take time. There will be a backlog of people to send, but if you do that, it just makes it clear if you come, that's the end of it. And to the lady's point about why can't they just...
I should point that Rwanda and Congo are not the same country. It was the Tory minister at the time that fucked that up and was like, are they different countries?
Yeah, literally, Chris Philp was on the show as the fucking Home Secretary. He was the
No.
was Home Office Minister at the time,
Yeah.
and he asked somebody who was in the audience asking about whether or not that you would send somebody who arrived as an asylum seeker from the Democratic Republic of the Congo to Rwanda in their third country asylum, even though Rwanda and the Congo are literally about to potentially go to war with each other. And Chris Phillips' response was, "Are Congo and Rwanda the same country? A different country, same country?"
Yeah.
Genuinely a fucking idiot.
But thankfully, he's just the... Let me check. Hang on. Oh, Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer. Oh, that's bad.
apply in another country. And I do understand why people legitimately ask that question. It comes back to this issue that surely we'll have to have some kind of control over it. We'd have to, otherwise anybody could go there and apply. So then there will be people that sit outside of that control. Do you think they're just going to accept, well, we tried the safe legal route in wherever it might be, so we're not going to try? No, they'll just be straight on the small boats and we'll be back to square one. You have to have somewhere to send people, and you have to say, if you cross it in a boat, you don't get to stay. End of story.
So is that, what about this idea that, you know, it's welcome all comers, but when it actually comes to it in a local constituency, not so much?
So my deputy leader's been completely consistent with what I've been saying, and the Green Party's been saying.
How is that consistent?
Hotels and army barracks are not an acceptable place.
Oh my fucking god! Fiona Bruce doesn't even fucking interrogate the veracity of the fucking claim. I hate this country. Hate this country, hate our media, hate these people, hate everything. Oh dear lord. Sorry, just crashing
to
out.
store asylum seekers like there's some sort of Amazon returns.
But we have a
That's
housing
totally
shortage,
dehumanising.
so where
exactly.
would you put them?
So we have 1 million.
They give away social
Hang on,
housing.
let's hear this man is shouting.
Hang
on. Yes, what do you say?
Oh, here's the left-wing bias
Why
chat.
is it not acceptable?
Yeah.
We put our army and our servicemen in there.
Okay,
Because
well,
they
pause. You put the
Because
army
it's a
there. You put the army there with proper facilities, in one person per room, like a proper barracks would. Do you think that these again? People are just idiots. People in this country is fucking the IQ of a fucking potato. And they're just like, well, oh God, well, I'm sure they're going to get exactly the same living conditions as the people in the barracks. In the same way that the people that get starred in 4-star hotels are getting fucking room service in one per room rather than 5 in a room and cooking meals on the shower floor. Just basic fucking thought. Just basic levels of cognition that just completely elude 90% of this fucking country.
Yeah.
Difference between someone living there for days or months or years. Now, we have 1 million empty homes.
I'm a military veteran.
Mike, let me finish rather than you chipping in. We have 1 million empty homes in this country.
Just tell him to shut the fuck up. Just tell him to shut the fuck up, honestly.
Yeah.
Just tell him to shut his cake hole. These people need to be told to shut the fuck up sometimes.
Households on the waiting list. We need to build council housing. We shouldn't have a race to the bottom on migration. We should have a race to the top on public services. And when
Fuck yes.
True.
Very
true.
Also, Kieran Mullen is from Birmingham. Of course he is. Of course he is. I hate this place.
you get very wealthy parties who are looking to defend their mates, multimillionaires and billionaires. In fact, Reform took a donation today for £9 million from a crypto bro. We are being distracted by talking about...
And I'm sure that person doesn't want any return on interest whatsoever. That's just the generosity out of the goodness of their own heart, honest.
What was really funny is that this guy has got a massive investment in the cryptocurrency Tether, the broader company that owns it, which is also called Tether. And literally in September, just miraculously before this donation was filed, right? Nigel Farage was on LBC with Nick Ferrari talking about how great Tether was. It's just open. It's just open that these people have like convergent interests.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff. Thank you, Miss Hire, with 47 months of Prime. Much love to you. Don't forget, everybody, if you wanted to, you can help us both out in the form of bits and subs and memberships and subscriptions and what else can you do? Super stickers? Is that still a thing? I don't know.
Yeah.
immigration. So when Rachel was being very clear, she was saying migrants and refugees are welcome here. But let's not store them in army barracks. Let's make sure we have appropriate accommodation where people can be working, paying into the tax system, and we can be proud of a country that is humane and compassionate rather than running to be toxic and divisive.
And where are you
True.
going to create all these houses from? And over what period of...
Where are you going to get these houses from? Well, I mean, firstly, we are a nation of empty houses. And secondly, I mean, for instance, Russian-owned houses in Kensington, I hear, are going at the moment. We can take those.
True. I mean, I 100%. If they want to confiscate Russian oligarch assets and house asylum seekers in them, you be my fucking guest. But broadly, I think we need, as I've said from the start, I think we need purpose-built asylum accommodation.
Well, we do, exactly, and that would be my second point. Is where would you get houses from? Well, where have we always gotten houses from? We employ people with specific skills like bricklaying and piping and heating and electrics and all of that. We get them to fucking build some.
I mean, at this point, I'm going back to like Xi Jinping theory of everything. Just go and get the CCP to build it for us because they'll build it quickly and cheaply.
Yeah, how did houses ever become a thing? We fucking built the cunts. That's how that's how houses exist. Same with hospitals and schools. Well, how are we going to do this? The same way we always fucking did. Have we forgotten how to do things? Have we lost all sense of competence and agency? That we can't do anything anymore. The idea of building 40 new hospitals, it was never going to be 40 new hospitals, but the idea that we could even do that was thought as fanciful. How the fuck did they come here in the first place? How did hospitals begin? We fucking made them.
Time.
Well, we live in one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, so we do have to protect nature, but there is also plenty of brownfield sites. Now, you'll sometimes get politicians saying this country is full, but actually only 5% of it is built on. We need to build these houses anyway, so let's stop pitting communities that were born here against people who are fleeing war and persecution, or even migrant workers, and let's actually say, when we build these houses for local communities rather than property developers who can land bank and sit on assets, but actually build homes that people can live in. This is
honestly, I'm going to have to suck this man's dick. I have to. It's just having a politician who says the basic shit. Just basic. Build houses for people to fucking live in them.
Literally,
yes.
So I mean, at this point, I mean, if I was Zach Polanski, the literal next thing I would say was that under the Conservative Party, council house building was at its lowest, and yet they managed to build council housing in fucking Rwanda.
Yeah.
You know, if we can afford to be able to pay for council housing to be built in Kigali, we can afford for council housing to be built in the fucking UK.
Yeah, exactly. And previous governments did this. We had millions of council houses built.
Mm-hmm.
We could do it.
In a whole like millions in a single parliament under well, that was a Tory government. That was Harold Macmillan as housing secretary.
Yeah.
Integrate communities. This is how we change the conversation. Let's change the conversation on migration, and let's start right now.
Good. Good. This is what I want, right? I don't want some fucking mealy-mouthed, wishy-washy bullshit. I want someone out there actually giving the leftist position. It's not going to win every fucking vote. I don't want him to try and win every vote. I want someone I can be proud to fucking vote for. I want a party that I don't have to hold my fucking nose to go into the ballot box and put my X there. That's all I'm after. I mean, honestly, I want them to win, but I don't even care at this point right now because I don't think they're close enough to winning for it to really matter. Or I just want to be able to be proud of them. I just want him to make the basic points. We build houses for social utility. People need to fucking live in them. Not everything has to be an investment.
Exactly.
Not everything has to have a pound attached to it. No, you know what's much more important than that? People building a fucking community. People raising families in houses that they can be guaranteed they are going to be allowed to live in until they fucking die. That's anathema to the modern system, though. That's not that's not sensible. That's not the adults in the room. It's fucking disgusting. Oh.
Yeah, I think a couple of the things have been answered already. I think the principal problem is the delay in process.
This guy's about to drop one of the greatest biology lessons of 1872. Look at him. Absolute fucking Darwin vibes going on here.
True.
Applications. There's also other points I agree. I think there should be looked at the possibilities of people being able to work and contribute to the economy, not just take. I'm fortunate that I live fairly local and I've actually seen these boats come ashore in front of me. Not the ones you see on TV where they're picked up by other boats and so forth and it's paraded on TV. Real people. And there's women and children on those boats as well. I've seen them come ashore in front of me. They don't run off to try and hide somewhere. They sit there patiently and wait until the authorities come along and then they take them away because they're hoping, fingers tightly crossed, that they're going to subsequently get a chance to stay in this country. I think it's very sad the way that we have very little care for other people. We're all humans at the end of the day, and I find it very sad that we have little...
Based old man, love it.
Literally, and he's right. They do. Everyone's like, oh, they just go off into the black labour market to be part of the gangs. Nope, they sit there quietly and go and declare asylum like everybody does. But that's what they do, you know.
Yeah.
It's like when there were discussion. There was like ages ago, like debates around the southern border in America and the people being put in cages under the Trump administration, the family separation policy, and no one could get the idea that people aren't being allowed to declare asylum; they're being fucking taken from the border and put in camps. I'm like, well, if you just let them declare asylum and then they have their claim heard.
Based Santa Claus.
literally.
Yes. Oh, Richard Attenborough, love it.
We act as the problem only ever starts when they arrive. But if we look at the statistics from last year, more than 70...
Timu JD Vance.
migrants, men, women, young children, even babies died. They drowned, they were crushed to death. Do we stop caring? Is this compassion fatigue, or we just ignore?
Are you talking from personal experience? I'm just wondering...
I do have some experience in this element. Yes, I volunteer with the Coast Guard.
Okay.
We don't get heavily involved in that area, but it's something I'm passionate about. People are dying out there, and we just seem to not talk about it anymore. Is that okay?
Well, no, they don't care. Zia Yusuf wants them to fucking die, clearly.
Yeah.
Doesn't have any idea of how to stop this other than just let them die. Like,
yeah.
Whether it's in their host country under the war, whether it's the persecution of the government of where they were previously from, whether it's in the fucking channel. As long as they don't end up in the UK, that's all he cares about.
Yeah. Ultimately, like, they will never state it, but their policy is fuck them, let them drown.
Yeah, literally.
They don't care.
It's, well, thank you for your service with the Coast Guard. It's a vital service, and this is where...
Oh, God, you're a briefcase. Anyway.
Compassion is important. That's why we're, once we've had to maintain this order and control, opening safe and legal routes.
Mike, you posted out the port. How
and
is
that was paedophiles and rapists. If you're not against that, then you're a very strange man.
You seem to be conflating all of these
very
things.
Very strange man.
Let him answer.
Acting if you don't want to deport paedophiles and rapists. So it is really important.
I don't know. What about the? What about your good friend Wes Streeting? And his former PPE? No, not PPE. His former personal assistant, who exposed himself in front of 13-year-old girls. Should we maybe fling him into the sea? What about all the Tory backbenchers who you're chumming around with? No. Oh, they're white ones. Okay.
That we have that compassion to bring people over here who are genuine asylum seekers, who are fleeing violence and war. But it's also really important that we're not a soft touch and that we're not seen...
or Jeffrey Epstein's yum friend. Yeah.
Again, they say like anyone tries to claim we're a soft touch lives in a fucking topsy-turvy alternate reality. It's crazy.
Also, on the point of Peter Mendelsohn, did you see the police are investigating because he was photographed taking a piss in public?
No.
Yeah, he was photographed. He was coming back drunk in central London and took a piss.
I mean, honestly,
he was papped doing so. And like, of all of the weird and potentially illegal things that man has done with his penis, this is the one the police are going to investigate. Then.
Honestly, it's so frustrating that when you are made aware of things that make people like Peter Mandelson seem human.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I've never related to him more than busting for a piss on the walk home. You find a little alleyway, away you go. Usually there isn't some prick from the Daily Mail, like with a long lens camera, you know, fucking you over.
By many as that, and we do see asylum shopping, and that's why we've reduced their settlement rights to 2.5 years. Before, they were getting almost automatic settlement after 5 years.
So what would you say? What would you say
to
someone like
also to their hotel and accommodation costs? These things are really important.
What would you say to someone like our former asylum seeker over there? You could say he was asylum shopping. You went through I don't know how many countries. I've forgotten how many you listed now in terms of trying to get.
He wasn't asylum shopping. He was like fucking Mary and Joseph, just looking for anything, and he found this fucking shit stable.
Well, yeah. If anything, the story of the baby Jesus, right? The story of the baby Jesus just shows you how much of a soft touch that stable really was.
Exactly. Absolutely outrageous.
I can't believe, right? I can't believe that the Palestinian state decided to invest money into fucking mangers for asylum seekers. Honestly, with such it's a real scandal, you know.
Stop it. Also,
4-star mangers for the baby Jesus. How fucking dare they?
Also, unmarried couple. Typical. Just saying. Just saying. Outrageous. A bastard! Sorry, I went all 1950s Tory there. Thank you, MBK. Oh my god, MBT2K with 7 months of Prime. Much love.
Asylum, and you've now got refugee status. Are you saying someone like that shouldn't do it?
Ashraf, sir, I've served in Afghanistan. I understand what you were fleeing, and this is why it's important to have safe and legal routes so that people don't need to come across in boats like that. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, but you're not saying that's true for all comers, because there are all sorts of countries where there are conflict, and you do not want to welcome them all.
And this is the difference between.
Also, if you notice, Mary and Joseph and Jesus, 2/3 of them young men. Just saying.
Labour Party and others like the Greens who talk about open borders. We have to do our bit. We have to be fair.
But also, you don't want to accept people from all conflicts. You've got to be honest about that.
What we can't do is have completely open borders. Look, 1 in 30 of all people in this country...
Which we have never had, and no one is suggesting.
Yes, indeed.
So why you bring that up, you weird little fucking freak? I don't know.
Arrived between 2020 and 2024. That's a really shocking statistic. Our services are suffering because of that. So it's really important, firstly, to invest in public services, but also bring order and control to the system, make it less attractive to come here, make it easier to remove and deport people, but also be compassionate and help people that need it.
But Mike says he wants to deport the sex offenders, and absolutely I agree with him, but one of the reasons we can't always deport...
Well, you can, because most of them are going to lose their seat as Tory backbenchers, yeah. So then you don't need to keep them. Yeah, that's true.
is because of the ECHR and the obstructions it puts in place. There are people who...
The European Convention on Human Rights.
They use claims to the right to family life to stop us from deporting them. And you have to also remember that Labour MPs, including Keir Starmer, wrote letters when we were in office to the Home Office campaigning to stop us deporting foreign national offenders. You know, so that you just can't trust them on this issue.
I know we could do this section of the programme for the entire hour, but we chose
How about we don't talk
a number
about
of questions
migration?
based on what most of you...
Yeah, exactly.
We don't talk about migration.
Yeah, migration's a fucking stupid topic which we talk about each week anyway, so why you need a special on it, I don't know. Because you know what the first question next week's going to be about? Immigration. Obviously, it is every fucking week.
You wanted to talk about, and it wasn't just illegal immigration, that was a huge part of it, which is why I've spent so much of the programme on it. You also wanted to talk about legal migration. So Jenny, Regan, off you go. Where are you?
So I'd just first of all say that I don't differentiate between legal and illegal.
Okay.
So what?
Why? Those are two different legal definitions. I don't disagree between murderers and non-murderers. Okay, they're all the same to me. They're all people, right? So everyone should be in jail for murder. All murderers need to be released. Fact.
What does this obsession with cutting migration actually mean in practice? Someone
Loads of racism. Loads of pointless racism. That's what it means.
mentioned this earlier. Poorer services, longer waiting lists and fewer staff? And why are politicians calling that a success?
Okay, Zia, you seem the obvious person to give.
Sorry, can I just clarify? What are you talking about in terms of... So cutting migration would lengthen waiting lists? Is that what your point is?
We had reports last week with the budget that the fact that we've cut net migration by a number of things is actually, there was a warning from the OEBR around the cost to, in terms of the cost to our services.
Okay, well, look, my parents came to this country in the early 1980s. Between them, giving half
Did
a century
they?
of service to the NHS.
Never mention it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought you were white. What?
I mean, literally, again, just over and over and over again, just going, essentially the dad toolmaker stuff from the other way. I care about the NHS despite my desire to privatise it because my parents are in the NHS. And I'm just like, just talk about your policies, please. Don't give us a fucking spiel about your mummy and daddy. I don't fucking care. But again, the point that the audience is raising, incredibly cogent, incredibly salient. Mentioned it before, if we don't have migration, our entire country will be a retirement home. And then the doctors per capita will therefore be lower because most of our population will not be working because they'll be retired. I say a plurality of our population, rather, but...
Yeah. So I know the invaluable contribution that migrants can make to the NHS, but this notion that this country must have untrammelled insane amounts of immigration, legal and illegal, for our NHS...
Again, no one is suggesting untrammelled. Why have you mentioned that? I thought you wanted to be accurate with your use of language.
And again, what's frustrating is that the levels of migration that we've had almost certainly have been because the Exchequer has gone to the Treasury and went, okay, what's our budget projection looks like? And the OBR has gone, well, we're going to be in recession because of your migration plans. And they've gone, oh, shit. Well, we won't win the next election if there's a recession, so I guess we'll surreptitiously increase migration numbers because they saw that the increased labour capacity is what's keeping our economy from ticking over. Otherwise, again, our entire country will be a retirement home.
True. Anyway, we do need to get through this because I've got to go in 35 minutes. And we've got 21 minutes left.
To thrive is a nonsense.
And there isn't like a pointless question at the end that we can skip because it's all about immigration.
Every doctor and nurse in the NHS with 6 months of legal migration alone just from last year. It is a nonsense. Since 2015, the population of this country has grown by 10%. And in that time, the amount of money that this country spends on the NHS, adjusted for inflation, has doubled. It has doubled.
I can't call in sick. It's Curtis. He can just watch the VOD back. What are you talking about calling sick?
Also, like, pause on this one. First of all, serious of saying, oh, well, this much extra migration only covers this much of the NHS. And well, the NHS isn't all of the economy. It's only one employer out of an entire economy. Those are statistics that are completely irrelevant from each other. And second of all, the NHS spends double what it used to spend before. And I'm like, well, yeah, but as a percentage of GDP, it's not that much higher. No. In terms of per capita, it's not that much higher, right? Like, it got increased because of the pandemic, but as a percentage of GDP, it was dropping every year from 2010 until 2019. True. Again, he's trotting out nonsense figures because he's trying to compare apples to oranges.
Yep.
To cope with a 10% increase in the size of the population. Why? Because the Tories shipped in 12 million people, despite claiming they were going to cut immigration, left the country with fewer...
No, the reason why we spend much more on the NHS isn't because of the increased number of working age people, it's because of the increased number of retired people, right? Look, working age people don't use the NHS broadly. The vast majority of the strain on the NHS comes from the number of pensioners, the number of elderly people, and it's fine. It's good that we provide them with that healthcare. I am glad our country is full of people who can live longer and healthier lives because of the universal healthcare that we have. But if we don't fix the birth rates, we will need to spend more on healthcare. That's just an economical fact.
Yes, very much so. Also, him, again, he just wants to be accurate. Shipping in. As if they're sending boats to France going, come on, lads, come on in. No, if people are arriving, the Tories desperately didn't want them to arrive. It's not politically good for them, for those people to have arrived. They didn't ship them in. They were just fucking useless at doing anything about it.
Yeah.
Hospital beds. We've had millions of foreign nationals register with GPs. So when you are struggling to get a GP appointment, why are there 19,000 British people had to wait more than 3 days in accident and emergency?
Okay, so first we talk about GPs and then talk about A&E. Those are two different parts of the NHS. When it comes to GPs, he said registered. Okay, yeah, lots of them are registered, and they use it statistically significantly less if they're of working age than those who are elderly. It's as simple as that. The reason why you're waiting long for a GP appointment is because there's lots of elderly people in the queue who require way more healthcare than people who don't. When it comes to A&E, the same thing is also true. And again, because we haven't increased in capacity, because we've not spent enough on the NHS for the austerity period up to 2020. Sorry.
True.
Last year alone. Why? Because we have had a population explosion. And the last point I'll make on this, there are so many...
Again, he wants to be so accurate with his use of language. He's not doing inflammatory anything. We've had an explosion!
And again,
hell.
just if Reform have their way, it will just be a retirement home.
Yeah.
If you're watching as a young person, you are age 20 to 40 or whatever, you've got a good 20 to 40 years left of your working life. If Reform UK pass their migration policy, essentially net zero, which will eventually be net emigration because people will just leave because they'll have to get taxed to the hilt to pay for retirement for everybody else. Your taxes will have to increase significantly if the working age population decreases because of net zero migration. That's the reality, because Reform UK do not appeal to you. They appeal to massively rich people who don't get taxed enough anyway because they own assets. And they appeal to boomers who are already getting huge amounts of equity from the state in the form of the state pension. Which is good that they do, but I want to ensure that we have other policies that support that rather than completely cutting all of the things that are necessary to be able to support that, like taxes and migration.
Well, anyway, can we get back to the non-inflammatory super mega death razor lay bomb explosion of migration?
British doctors right now, doctors and nurses, struggling to get jobs. The Union for the Doctors is on its knees pleading with the government to create more training.
Did he forget? Did he forget what it's called? I think he did. Which is good.
Well, but his parents were such proud of their contribution to the NHS. He's so proud of his parents' contribution to the NHS, he's forgotten their trade union.
Brilliant. Turns out his parents were a tool maker as well.
Training places for homemade doctors because the system has been overwhelmed again by foreign nationals. So I'm sorry, the premise of your question is a lie that's been peddled time.
We're really making progress here.
You see, it's so difficult to cover Reform because it's just everything they say is just lies.
You know,
like,
it's just a tap of shit that just gets turned on and explodes everywhere, and you have to clean it up.
Yeah, like we haven't had our system swamped with foreign doctors. What we just haven't done is invested enough in the training places because of austerity in the NHS since 2010. Now, granted, it's at least changing somewhat, but we clearly aren't going far enough in providing those spaces by investing in them. That's a real problem, right? Like, there is so much spare capacity that we could have in the NHS to expand the role of GPs, to expand the role of healthcare professionals, if we had the money or the political will, and the government wants neither of those things.
Quite so.
Time and time again to gaslight the British people.
Daisy.
Again, you just use the word gaslight like 2 or 3 times now, and you don't know what it means. Stop it.
So net migration came down last year by 69%.
Nice.
Part of that was because of British people leaving Britain, and I don't think that is a cause for celebration.
British people have always left Britain for one reason or another.
I don't know. I don't like the people of Britain. If they want to leave, I'm good. Yeah.
I mean, I'm very close to being one of them myself. But no, the biggest group of people that left was non-EU nationals.
Yeah.
Like, the reason why people left is because mostly their degrees finished. Because the Boris wave was mostly students coming here because their degrees were delayed because everything shut down for the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah.
The reason why there's this big glut of people leaving at once is because all of the degrees deferred to the same fucking time. So they're all leaving at the same time. And, of course, lots of people leaving because their visas have been ending and they can't get new ones because of the changed visa rules, or they're leaving because of all the fucking racism. Either way, most of the people leaving are not British people leaving. The biggest is non-EU nationals.
So you could say that the Boris wave has ebbed. I am fucking awesome. Stop chewing your fingers. Suck my dick.
But it has gone up a little bit. There had been a huge increase in the number of people coming to this country under Boris Johnson, now known the Boris wave. And in large part, it was because people were coming here to work in our NHS and in our care sector. Now, I want to thank those people, and I want to welcome them because they have
By
looked after my
banging
loved
pots
ones.
and
I'm sure they've
pans
looked
and
after your
never
loved ones
paying them.
too.
To work in the NHS, Daisy. Genuine question. What percentage? If you're going to make that point, you should answer that.
Many of them, the numbers are out there.
No, come on,
Huge
what
numbers of
percentage? You just
people
made the point
worked in
that
the
they came to work in the
NHS and are
NHS.
in
What
our
percentage?
care sector,
I'll tell you,
and we should
single-digit
welcome
percentage.
those people.
So, I mean, he's just allowed to hector constantly. And she's
He's so insufferable, isn't he?
And she's not going to interrupt that. No, that's fine. That's allowed. But Zach Polanski, if he dares so much as breathe, she interrupts with, but you're a communist!
I just want someone to say, shut up, Zia, and let me speak. Shut your cake hole. Shut your pie hole, mate. And let me continue.
Or, because he's Mr. Potato Head, just take his lips off. He won't be able to speak then, so he'll be fine.
But the answer longer term to tackling that issue is to make sure we are investing in skills. And what we don't ever talk about properly in this country is how we should invest in skills here in the UK and balance that with migration at the same time. I think the silent majority of people in this country recognise that if we had a proper skills strategy, an independent skills agency that worked hand in glove with migration, we'd get the best of both worlds.
And you know what they'd need within that, though? Skills wallets.
True.
You get the people that you need to top up where we don't have people with
Can I
those
just say
skills.
less than 3% of
and we'll be
those
training
people came to
here
work in the
at the same
NHS.
time.
Let's hear from that silent majority. I don't know. Don't be silent, because we want to hear from you. Yes, the woman in the sort of purpley top with the glasses.
Okay, so my question is about the small boats. Why is it that we feel it's our responsibility to bring them back here and sort them out in here? Why is France not helping?
Why is France not helping?
Why
Okay.
They
is
take
it
more
not-
than we do, you fucking idiot! You fucking potato IQ moron! We
Again,
take
just more
fewer per capita.
Ill-informed, ignorant shite being spewed forth by the rancid denizens of fucking Question Time audience. Nationalise the sausages. I earn £1 squillion and I'm not in the top 10% or whatever. Yeah, fuck off.
Although, to be fair, Zara Sultana did say nationalise the whole economy, which would include sausages.
Yeah, I mean, I do genuinely think that food production should be nationalised. Okay. That's down the road. Let's not go there just yet.
being taken back? Do you know what I mean? We are a country now that is just full of hate for everybody.
All right. I'm going to
What?
talk about legal migration, if you give me, just because otherwise we're going to, keep going back to the same thing. But I hear what you say. Man in front in the blue sweater.
Mike, you said that the waiting list and the services are due to migration. That is a fallacy. Mr. Youssef, you talked that there are enough people in the United Kingdom to not need foreign doctors.
I mean, he's making a very good point, but he has ears like a bat.
He looks like Robert Popper. He looks like an elderly Robert Popper.
Okay, he looks like he looks like a Lord of the Rings character.
I mean, so let me bring up a photo of Robert Popper, and I think people can see what I'm saying, right? Why is that photo so fucking massive?
He looks like a distant relative of Schmeagol. Okay. He's the third cousin twice removed of Precious.
Right, now my mouse has stopped working for some reason. There we go. There we go. See what I mean? Older Robert Popper. There we go.
I joined the NHS as a student in 1974. We've been totally reliant on doctors from Asia initially, and the care sector is totally dependent on care workers from abroad, despite 9 million people not being in work. One reason why
He looks like Ed Harris playing the BFG. He does. Yes.
He does.
For GPs is certainly because the population has gone up, but equally because there's funding for general practice compared to funding for hospital sectors has gone down. So you're conflating lots of different things to state your argument. Now, my question to you...
What a surprise.
...is you have said, I believe, that migrant workers will lose their indefinite right to live here.
Indefinite leave to remain.
So if... Sorry, I got the wording wrong. So if you've worked as a care worker in a nursing home for 40 years, you're already, since last year, not allowed to bring your children over. So when you get to 65, you're going to be sent back to where you came from. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, it's not at all. And if you had paid attention to what we were announcing, you would not have that view. My mother is a care home worker. My mother...
What? Do you think that's how you win votes from people? What the fuck?
I mean, he hates the electorate. He thinks everyone is stupid. Like, that's literally it. And the reality is that man is... Yusuf himself is a fucking idiot.
Yeah, like that's no. The thing you're supposed to do there is just go, no, you're incorrect about that, and then explain the detail.
I mean, I was like, apologies if I wasn't clear in my policy prospectus, but let me clarify.
Yeah, not you're a stupid cunt. Anyway, vote for us. Like, this is why they're beginning to plateau, because people are realising, like, oh, they're wankers.
Yeah.
Their policies aren't that great, and they're just not very nice people.
There is a care home worker.
Typically rude.
My mother is a care home worker.
Be polite to people at the same time. They're not decent.
Has worked in care homes for years. We have announced that we would have an acute skills shortage visa specifically for sectors like the care home sector. But here's what has not happened. Here's what has not happened.
So, okay, with care workers, that's fine. But there are plenty of other people who come here and work and pay taxes and being contributed to society. And you're responsible to be, yeah, fuck off, mate.
And
Fuck
also,
off,
well, exactly, yeah. And that doesn't, like, presumably that visa wouldn't be a life visa.
No.
So if they stop working, i.e. if they retire at the age of 65, as the man suggested, what happens then?
And again, I know the care home sector well because my mother has worked in it for years.
No, fucking no. Just because you know somebody who works in one place does not mean you have any kind of insight into the greater scheme of it. You know one person who works in a sector. So what? If you know one astronaut, you don't get to go to the fucking moon. It's nonsense. Fucking hell.
And I know how hard those people work. What happened under the Boris Johnson era is millions of people came to this country. The vast majority came not to work. They came here on non-work visas. Over 80% came on visas other than work visas. We are saying for every single work visa issued for an acute skilled shortage visa, like the care home sector, an equivalent place must be created to train up homegrown talent to do those jobs. And that is something that has not happened for decades.
How on earth would that work?
It wouldn't. But again, it's not the point. They don't want a solution to it. They need the problem to exist.
Yeah, literally. Like, well, yeah, again, you're just going to recruit mythical people from Britain who would definitely want to do it. Like, you're just going to magic them out of thin air. Again, they're also trying to pretend that there's this mythical glut of people that could do it when we actually have very low unemployment in this country. It's ticked up very slightly, about like 0.4% or something, 4 percentage points in the last year or so, but it's still historically around about where the
there
NIRA
isn't such a
is.
massive and appropriate pool of labour to be able to meet that number of people.
Yeah.
Just isn't.
So what I love about my constituency is even people that disagree with me are very polite, and I think that should be afforded by you too, Zia. Be polite to these lovely people.
Biggest round of applause of the night.
I mean, whilst I agree with the sentiment, being polite to members of the public is one thing. Being polite to people like Mike Tapp is quite another.
True, but the point I think stands. I don't think that will have done Zia Youssef or the Reform Party any good. That kind of answer, like even people who like Reform will be like, don't fucking, what are you talking to him like that for? You know, that's you reserve that kind of opprobrium for your fellow politician. If he'd said that to Daisy Cooper, no one would give a fuck. But you can't speak to the electorate like that.
Yeah.
On health and social care.
Well, it's not just health and social care. I mean, I think Jenny's question is wider, but what you're basically saying is cutting migration is being seen by politicians as a success. Why is it being seen like that? That's your point, isn't it? Because it might affect growth, it might affect public services.
These are absolutely valid concerns, but what we saw...
So what's your answer to her?
I'm going to give the answer, Fiona. What we saw under the last government was unfortunately opening the doors. You know, with 1 million people coming in just 1 year, there was 40,000 spaces to fill in health and social care. 612,000 people came in to fill them. That's unsustainable, and it's undercutting British workers with low-skilled work.
What the fuck do you mean 600,000 people came in for 40,000 care work? Are you saying that you issued 600,000 specific care worker visas? No, you're taking all of the work visas that were given out and then comparing it to one sector, one tiny sector of the economy. Oh, well, we're oversubscribing the care sector by a factor of 12 to 1. No, some of those people came to work in other sectors of the economy as well. What is this nonsense framing?
Yeah, absolute ridiculousness.
Workers, and when I've been out on these raids and visits to car washes, for example, these are people who've come over on these visas and their sponsorships don't exist. So they've been sucked into the black market. That's not fair on them. It's not fair on British workers who are being undercut. So what we're doing is extending...
Pause. Like, it would undercut them if they had worse working conditions, worse wages, and less active access to collective bargaining rights, for example, right? It would definitely undercut them if you just made sure that there was an actual underclass of workers there. But it's your job, Mike, as the Labour Party representative here, to go, well, as a worker and as an internationalist, which is what most democratic socialists should be for the Democratic Socialist Party, you believe that, well, the thing that unites them with British workers is their class interest, and they wouldn't undercut those wages as if they had the same bargaining conditions, the same access to a trade union, and the same access to a good standard of minimum wage and employment rights, which, of course, they all now have because of the Employment Rights Bill, except it's been gutted by the Lords and the Labour Party acquiesced to it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, sure, you don't want workers' wages to be undercut. Have collective bargaining. Have sectoral bargaining. It's impossible. It's literally impossible for a migrant worker to undercut, say, someone who works in cleaning as a cleaner on, 50p above minimum wage, £1 above minimum wage, is if that wage was being set by a sectoral bargaining agreement between the care unions and a consortium of care employees or of cleaning employees, right?
Yeah.
So if that's set as a baseline level, you can never be undercut. And it's your job to have legislation to do that. But instead of doing that, you're pitting workers against migrants, which is that's conservatism. That's not socialism.
Yep.
Settlement from 5 to 10 years. That means that those people will not have access to our health, to our benefits and to our housing because we are running out of that. It's important that we have
No, you're
control
not creating
and
more.
order over the system, and the right people come to the country who are contributing. And just one more thing on the NHS and doctors. There will be a route for people who are contributing and integrating that's less than 5 years.
I think we have to stop thinking about migration as just one thing, either or good or bad. It's a mixture, actually. Some migrants come here and make a fantastic economic and social contribution, but some don't. Actually, if you look at some of the wages, actually, even after being for quite a while, there are many migrants who don't actually make a net contribution. And again, what I want to really focus on is making it clear to the public that as the Conservatives, we have a clear plan for how we tackle these issues. So we intend to make changes to how you decide whether someone is a net contributor, so looking at their whole household, because actually, it might be true that a healthcare worker comes over and makes a contribution on their own, but actually if they bring lots of dependents, some of them may be elderly, some are at school, they're not making a net contribution. We are saying that they shouldn't ever have made a claim on benefits, again, because if you're coming to make a contribution, you shouldn't be claiming benefits. And again, I go back to that point.
So can I just ask you that in specifically? So say someone comes over here and they work for, I don't know, and they get settled status, they work for 10 years, they get made redundant and they end up taking
well, this is
benefits.
before they get that. So this is about whether you can apply to indefinite leave to remain. You shouldn't be drawing down on the state if you want to then stay here.
Even if it's just for a very brief period.
No, you shouldn't be doing that. If you're coming here to make
and again,
a
you'll just
contribution,
put them on the street.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
just put them on the street.
Yeah. But again, it's not about having a solution to the problem. It's about who can seem the most horrific towards migrants, because this country is full of wankers.
And again, if they say, oh, we want to make sure the workers' wages aren't being undercut by foreigners, I'm like, well, that will make them undercut. If your bargaining position with your employee, if your bargaining position with your employer is, well, if you sack me, well, at the very least, I'll be able to go on to universal credit, so I can take or leave this job, give me a better wage because I have this safety net behind me.
Yeah.
And the migrant worker is going, well, I have to accept this job regardless of how shit the pay or conditions are, because if I don't have this job, I'll be on the street because there's no state backing me up, there is no safety net. Then the migrant worker will get employed and they'll drive down the workers' wages and conditions because there's a race to the bottom.
Yeah.
And that's the framing that Labour are buying into here. And this is going to come up again later on in the show too.
That's the whole point. We've let you in because we think you're going to make a contribution, then you should be making a contribution, not if you're drawing down on the state, and that's what I think the British public want. And as always, I think if the British public knew that was happening, if we could be confident that when people do come here, they do make a contribution, they're not in social housing, which is in short supply, they're not...
Notice that the two who have been called on to talk least are the only two with any sensible approach to it.
That's true. And it's also worth pointing out too, this is the Conservative Party representative, a Conservative Party that continually did these kind of things to the working rights of migrants, and also at the same time drove down wages for the regular country, and also increased migration as well. He's not arguing this because he thinks that there's a moral problem with people drawing down on the state, who've not been here until they've got indefinite leave to remain. He's saying this because he is a lackey for the business class. His party is there to represent the interests of the bourgeois, and he wants workers to have worse bargaining rights. That's why he wants to drive down your wages, and he is relying on your negative polarization towards migrants to justify policies that will do that.
Claiming benefits, I think we're then much more likely to be more relaxed about people that are going to come in. So that's what we would like to do.
The man there in the blue shirt and the black jacket. Yeah.
Thank you. I think most of the politicians, they mistakenly using word of immigration. If people choose to go to somewhere else to work, it was one of the prime minister of this country was told people, if you cannot get a job down here, get on your bike, go somewhere else, find it. People from here, they send their children to Canada. They send people to Australia to find a job. So if people wanted to...
To be fair, they didn't send them to Australia to find a job. They sent them to Australia to die. Enslaved.
I think he's talking about in a contemporary sense, i.e. people sending their kids to Australia for like doctors' places because Australia are offering better wages than they are here, and the standard of living is higher in Australia and Canada now than it is in the UK. But it's interesting that when you discuss these things, people will go, well, the middle classes are going to up sticks and leave to other countries. Oh, so you do believe that people should be able to leave countries where they have bad opportunities to go to countries with better opportunities then, do you? Oh, no, you believe that white people can do that. Yeah. You believe that's okay for white people, don't you? In the same way that Nigel Farage and Zia Youssef want golden visas for Emirati petrochemical billionaires to come and take money from working class people in this country, to become the bourgeois sapping the surplus value of British workers, right? The real people who take money from working people, i.e. the bourgeois, right? They're very happy for millionaire and billionaire easy free movement. What free movement for actual working class people? No, they're parasites. They're an invasion.
True.
Going to find a job. How do you going to stop professional to not stay in this country, go to another country?
When people go to those other...
You didn't look after them. That's why they're going to another country to work. Therefore, you have a short of people to work in those sectors. And then people come to here kindly to do those jobs, now be called immigrant coming here to take our job.
Yeah, it's a very important point. First thing I would say is when people go to other countries, they also have to meet very kind of tough tests. But the other side
I think
of it,
what he's saying is that you want some governments have given visas and have wanted people to come, and now the mood has changed, and actually now you want them to leave.
I think the point you're making, which is a really important one, is we do actually have to have job vacancies filled. But there are 5 million people in this country who are economically inactive, who don't have any requirement to find work on benefits. 5 million people. About 1 in 5 people who are working age are
Yes, that's called being disabled.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I would much rather we had people coming here who want to work, who want a job from other countries to come and do that, rather than forcing people who are literally so disabled they have no right to, they have no obligation to work, and force them to do that against the reality of their condition.
Economically inactive. The jobs that we currently have on our occupations where we need people are things like plumbers, electricians, bricklayers. Surely what we need to get better at is making sure
Kieran,
that British people who are living here...
Are you going to do that for your own kids? Nope. Are you going to suggest that your own kids should go to trade school to work as plumbers? Or are you going to send your kids to university, Kieran?
No, those kids go to university. Poor kids can fuck off and go and become a really important part of the economy.
I mean, the reality, of course, is that I absolutely would suggest that poor people go and train as electricians or plumbers, important roles for the economy, and very well paid as well because of them being in such short supply. But I would not say that shouldn't be for anybody else, and I would expect anybody who wants to do that to if anybody wanted to make money to do that. I don't think that it's somehow a working class job, though. It's a job for anybody.
Here, fill those jobs, and that's what I think would benefit everybody.
Right, but I do have to push back on that slightly. When you say it's not a working class job, it's because of its lack of prestige.
Well, that's one thing. I did invert
toilets is absolutely essential to the functioning of civilization, but the Queen and the King don't do it, do they?
Well, I did it in inverted commas, right? I mean, in like a British class system, like discussion aside, that they where the upper classes feel like it's beneath them, essentially.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they also feel like they would feel like their kids had failed if they took those jobs, basically.
Yeah.
I will in a minute. Hang on a second.
You're burning the people out. They cannot work 12 hours every single day. That's why they come from somewhere else.
We hear what you're saying. Zach, do you want to answer this?
Yes, it's been said a few times tonight about open borders, despite the fact that I've contradicted that and said that I want to talk about fair and managed migration. And the reason why I want to do that...
It's because open borders is part of your policy.
Hold on.
No, it isn't. What?
It's never been in any manifesto the Greens have ever run on.
No.
It's like a...
Have you read it? Zach, it is...
It's in our, like, mission statement document for our ideal world, which, of course, no one expects we'll live in. Like...
Have you read your manifesto?
Have you noticed how rattled they all are by the Green Party? Because actually what I'm talking about is something very pragmatic.
I don't think so.
We have an ageing...
Have you read your manifesto?
Am I going to be allowed to talk?
Just ask us the question.
We have an ageing population.
Well, he hasn't.
We've had a declining birth rate, the lowest birth rate for the last 3 years, and ultimately we have pensions to pay. So we've got people coming over here who on average as a migrant worker are contributing £78,000 over the time, then going back to their home country and not taking out of our system. So they are a net benefit. Most people in this audience and watching this at home will have had an experience of a care worker. 1 in 5 care workers are foreign nationals. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't particularly want to wipe someone's bum. And I'm very grateful for the people who do this work, this really important work, whether it's in the care sector, whether it's in the NHS.
Yeah,
now,
cleaning someone's arse, absolutely essential.
This is essential. And
but
what's
Lord
interesting...
Farquhar is not doing it.
What's interesting is that I think, to finish off here, because obviously you've got to go in a sec, this has gone round Twitter. Everyone's banging on about this very specific clip on Twitter, saying, this just shows that the left just want migrants to come here and be an exploited underclass, wiping people's asses and do the jobs that Brits feel like they're above. And I'm just like, well, first of all, he said that he was very grateful and that he championed these people. He didn't really say that these were people that he wanted to exploit, but whatever. Second of all, is that if you think that it's somehow untrue, you live in fucking nowhere. You don't live in reality.
Yeah.
The reality is that people don't do these jobs. There is a gaping chasm because British people won't do them. It's very clear that this is the case. The same is true with fruit picking, right? Fruit picking wages have increased by fucking gigantic amounts since we've lost seasonal workers because British people won't fucking do it, no matter how much you pay them.
Yeah. And let's just be brutal about it. This is electoral politics. It might not, even if it's not necessarily morally the most completely spotless approach to it, saying we can exploit these people to do jobs we don't want to do is very effective in turning people who don't have the best interest of these people at heart into a more sensible, pragmatic approach, which is ultimately to the beneficiary of everybody, right?
Exactly.
No one... We talked before about wanting to about trying to appeal to the humanity of people without humanity. Well, don't try and appeal to their fucking humanity. Appeal to their self-interest. Appeal to their fear. Appeal to whatever.
Yeah,
to get a better,
100%.
more progressive situation. Even if you turn a Reform Party voter into a soft Tory, that's better.
Yeah,
Even
it
if
is
you
better.
turn a soft Tory into a Liberal, that's better. The world has made a better place for that movement.
Exactly.
The Overton window moves slightly further to the left. We can have a better, more inclusive discussion about things. Okay?
True.
Doing purity spiralling on the basis that, well, that was problematic use of language, Zach, gets us fucking nowhere.
Very true. And like the comment about there being like promoting underclass, I'm taking this from Adnan Hussein, obviously my nemesis. And again, I'm sympathetic to the argument that we shouldn't be just taking all of the workers from the global south and using it to plug employment gaps ad infinitum, right? Like this is brain drain on the global south. Or to be fair, like they're probably percentage more carers per capita than they need to support it than we do, where we have very few carers per capita than what we would actually need to support our society. But whatever. But okay, sure, and there has been plenty of capitalist governments that have used migrants as an exploited underclass. You look at the United States, where undocumented workers on farms who get significantly lower than a living wage with no workers' rights at all. That's fair, that's a fair critique. But I don't think you can use that as a Green Party critique when our policy is quite literally, if people come and work here as their migrant workers, give them trade unions and workers' rights and minimum wages, which makes them very much not an underclass. And doesn't undercut workers' wages in this country because they're all on the same platform.
Indeed so. And on that bombshell, I do have to love you and leave you. But we got through most of it, so that's nice.
I might. How much? What's left? How much left on that one, Kev?
About 8 minutes.
It's hotter than the sun.
What?
Sorry. When Alan Partridge asks Lynn how long he'd left the apple pie in.
Oh,
for,
right. Okay. Yeah.
She says 8 minutes, and so he says it's hotter than the sun. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna watch the last 8 minutes. In
Well,
that
you
case.
can raid everyone into Curtis and I on doing Normal Island then.
Exactly. As soon as you're finished.
Indeed, sir. Okie doke.
What channel was that on?
BrexitBox.tv.
BrexitBox.tv.
But it's on YouTube, so but that's what the channel is called. I can shoot you the link if you want.
From Dover, there we go. I've got the link. Brilliant. No
Okay.
worries. Everyone go and follow KF Logan 1875 over on the Twitch arenas. What's the timestamp of where we finished up there, by the way?
50 minutes and 1 second.
Perfect. Nice and easy.
Okie doke. Everyone go and follow No Justice MTJ.
Do it. That's an order. Bye.
Bye. Okie doke. Let's have a cheeky gander. So I've gone off. Camera because my camera feed now has to go into the thingamajig. Yeah, you get the idea. I don't know if you do get the idea. I don't fucking care anymore. Yeah. Okay. What? Kevin Logan. Allow? What? Oh, okay. Yeah. Reload. Oh, for fuck's sake. Does Kev know he's streaming? I do know I'm streaming, yes, thank you. But I also, oh, for fuck's sake. Right. My name is Kevin Logan. Join the broadcast. Fucking kill me.
Haven't checked it yet.
Hello
Here's the
there.
man, Zohran Mamdani's younger cousin.
Younger cousin, thank you. Yes, that is me. Yeah. How you getting on?
Very, very good. Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Yes.
Hello, Kevin's audience. How are we?
Yeah. How is everybody? Anyway, I've just been streaming for like 3 hours with no justice. So can I go for a quick piss?
No.
You got 5
Hold
minutes.
it.
I'll start the timer. We'll keep your viewers company, even though we can't see any of the things that they're saying.
So let's have a look at this then. So link bar only comes, so everything only comes up on the original, but okay, but yeah, that's fine then. That actually works out better. That the slideshow works on everything, which is good.
No, it's cool. It does that though.
But yeah, so the reason why you hide it behind the link bar is because obviously, yeah, there's no. It's so annoying. There's a fade out, right? But there's no fade in. It's just boom. So yeah, when they do that though, once maybe they will update it, then you don't have to hide it behind this. But for the time being, yeah, just you got to go really quickly and switch it over.
Is that a new feature, that link bar?
No, that slideshow's been around for ages. I just wanted, honestly, I'm trying to make things a bit less Navarre. And also Ben said it's good because a lot of people might not come in from the beginning, don't know what story you're on. So yeah, I'm just slowly trying to make a bit more of a unique identity for us, which I think is needed.
That's good.
I think it looks quite cool as well, to be fair. Shall we? Yeah, nice. You got that one down to a T.
Already
Start
on it.
Recording. I should have fucking shaved.
I'll be 30 seconds.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, you're back.
Hello.
I forgot for a second that we were on your stream and we were saying stuff. Not bad stuff.
Racist. Just being very, very racist. As always. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. How was the stream?
It was all right. Yeah, we did question time. It was fucking awful. The subject that no one ever talks about.
I know, right? And you're going to be blessed with speaking about question time again.
Whee!
The thing is, though, because I don't watch it, I can't do it anymore. It's really nice that I can have you on and be like, right, tell me the vibes. Because I've got clips and stuff, but let's be honest, clips can just be one thing, right? Clips might not tell a story, so.
Well, the vibes were rancid as always.
Yeah, tell me about that then. But did you just finish then? Because that's fucking very good timing.
I had to leave the last I can't remember 5 minutes or whatever it was.
I'm very sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine. It's not. I don't think we missed much, but it means that actually, well, I'll turn my alert box off because she might raid in at some point in the near future. Although she might raid into you, so whoever. But you know.
Oh, well, let's see.
Indeed.
Yeah, Kev's mic's live so we can hear your conversation. Yeah, I just didn't think it would pick up. I suppose it does, doesn't it?
What's happened? What have
You
you
didn't you didn't think the microphone you were using would pick up?
No, I completely forgot. For some reason, I just assumed that it was going to pick up your voice. But of course, my mic is going into your audio.
Yeah.
Oh, what, when you were talking about not being
graphics. Yeah, and like, I was like,
Barbary,
oh, that's like a behind-the-scenes kind of discussion, not a public discussion. So I was like, ooh, but I didn't say anything bad, which is good. Not that I would say anything bad.
No,
obviously.
I mean we you know, it's good that we.
Did you say that thing about the that ethnic group that you don't like?
Wait till we go live on our side, and I'll say it.
White
actually,
people.
No, I
obviously.
think Miss Rachel's the one who copped this shit.
True.
Oh, Becca, I like Curtis with a beard. It looks fine. At least it's not just a tash. I know it's in fashion right now, but it reminds me of my friend's dad when I was a kid. Well, I mean, I don't. When I say shape, I never get rid of all of it because I look like a 4-year-old. But it's just what I've noticed is one side is longer than the other. So this side is a bit longer than this side, and it looks really awkward. And now I've told people that they're going to now focus on it, which I
was
shouldn't
just
have
going
done.
to say I hadn't
I
noticed
shouldn't have
until
done
you
that.
mentioned it.
Right, brilliant.
You know who definitely noticed it?
Who?
Zara Sultana.
Yeah, absolutely.
She was like, "Oh my god, the lopsided moustache! What a grotesque monster!"
Kev, that's why I interviewed her and not Curtis.
Yeah, she was like, "I'm not
took
in
one look at
interview
him
by
and
this
was like, I'm not
swag
sitting down
around."
with him.
Yeah, exactly.
The misshaped beard. He could have fucking. He's in the presence of an MP. He could have scrubbed up a bit, and I'm there with my fucking beige trousers and.
You're right,
t-shirts
my
shrunk
love.
in the wash.
You're right.
You're right, my lover. I better get Callum on screen there. Better not be me. Also, fucking props to Callum. They're running and gunning it everywhere. And then editing the package, which has gone out today. Absolutely insane. Did you do that on purpose? Callum,
Do what?
He put up the link support.
I didn't do that on purpose. I was.
Oh right, okay. I thought you were like, let's plug our Patreon then. When I was praising you.
I was yeah, no. I thought that was the story because it was the same color as the stories one.
Okay. Oh yeah, I can change the color if it makes it easier for you.
No, it's fine. I just thought it was that, and I thought, wait, should that not be on already? But
yeah, I just did red because it's easier to spot.
And you're a communist.
Kev, are you going to sit where you are today? Are you going to sit there, or are you going to?
What do you mean?
Well, just on our dual screen, we can only see our head.
What's going on with?
So
oh really? Hang on. Which bit do I need to move?
Yeah,
where?
so that's better. If you're center on the screen, you'll be on.
Okay.
But I can tweak the crop. But I don't want to. What I don't want to do is I don't want to sort of crop it.
Is that better?
Again, if you get me. Oh wait, yeah, that's better.
Okay.
I think Curtis is trying to do what I was trying to do. So. It's just before we go into the screen.
Fucking shit music.
You put yourself in the comments bit, Callum.
Yeah.
Sick.
Sick.
What?
Come on,
People
now.
still say that. People still say that. You're crazy.
That's so rad, bro.
That's so rad.
F's in chat, lads.
10 seconds. 9.
Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm Curtis Daly. Welcome to Normal Islands Live. Now, some of you might be watching Kevin's stream and heard some background chat talking about my beard. Let's ignore that and talk about the real political stories. But I am joined by the legend that is Kevin Logan. Kevin, how are you?
Now, tell us about the beard, bro. What's happening there?
There's nothing to say, is there? I mean, I don't think people are interested.
I think it's glorious.
Okay. Well, basically, if you can, you might not tell, but now I'm saying it. One side of my beard is longer than the other.
Don't say it.
Well, people, listen, look, you asked the question. I've got no shame. It will be rectified after the show. Go on, tell me how you are. Go on.
I'm very well. All the better for the presence of your good self.
Fantastic. I mean, that's how
nice the devil are you, sir?
I'm really, really good. Not much happened today, if I'm honest. Writing the show, actually. This is how fun I am behind the scenes, by the way. I'm not a fun guy. Well, actually, I went for a nice brunch, so that was good.
Well, not every day can be you interviewing members of parliament, you know. Doing investigative journalism and stuff.
Yeah, what is that? Yeah, what is that? We better get on with the show because people are thinking, come on, guys, we want to hear about the political stories. So this is what we've got coming up tonight. 4 stories. Zach Polanski faces off with Zaya Youssef for the second time on Question Time. Amputee told to pay back 36k in disability benefits. CEO gives an insanely dystopian and psychotic answer on the future. And Miss Rachel nominated for Anti-Semite of the Year. Now you can help us grow by visiting turnleftmedia.co.uk/support to help fund our work, or by becoming a YouTube member. But on to our first story. Zach Polanski and Zaya Youssef faced off again on Question Time for an immigration special. Once again, these two were the focus of the show. Since this was an immigration special, the main person to defend immigration was Polanski, as Labour, the Tories and Reform have taken the same line, that migration is a problem. Zach didn't mince his words.
And this is personal to me, and I know it'll be personal to many people watching this programme. My great-grandparents lived in Latvia. They're Jewish, and we fled because of pogroms. We ended up in Ukraine. We fled again, more pogroms. Then in Nazi-occupied Poland, then fled again. And this is what people have done throughout history. They have fled because they've moved because of war or persecution, or they've moved because of people they love or that they want to travel.
And do you think there should be any limits on those numbers? Judging from your manifesto, you don't.
Well, I think we need to be really clear about the numbers. This year, 800,000 people have arrived in this country. 400,000 of them have come to study. 300,000 of them have come to work and are a net contribution to our tax system.
Yes, but that's answering a different question.
Well,
the
I'm just
question
finishing.
I'm asking you, Zach, is do you believe, because judging from what the Greens say, though quite often you shy away from it for saying it in public, but what is written down is that you believe in a world without borders, therefore anyone who wants to come should be able to come. Is that correct?
So what's important to know is that when we talk about those numbers, we're talking about a policy for a sustainable society.
Okay, you haven't actually answered that.
I'm answering you right now. This is about what it looks like in the future. Yes, in an ideal world, that is the policy I would want. I recognise, though, we are not in an ideal world. We're in a world where the world is in turmoil. We know that we have huge issues in our country. But the issues with the National Health Service, the issues with the lack of council homes, the issues with the society feeling broken are not the issues of migrants or someone who is clinging to a small boat. They are the issues of 14 years of Conservative austerity, continued by a Labour government who say this is an island of strangers, but actually, you're a government of cowards because you won't tell people the truth about migration. And the truth about migration migration. It is a positive thing for this country. We need migration. We need fair and managed migration, and that's what will change this conversation.
Woman there.
Ooh, government of cowards. Certainly didn't mince his words. Now, much of the attacks against the Greens have been on so-called open borders. Reform attacks them on this, but this is in reference to a motion in which they want to see a world without borders, but not an open border policy in today's context. However, the rest of the panel accuse Zach of not knowing his own policy.
Margaret Thatcher said there's no such thing as society, and then the Tories over 14 years shut the community centres down. How do you expect people to integrate if they've got nowhere to gather together, to pray together, to eat together, even to disagree together? English language learning for foreign nationals has been cut by 25% over the last 10 years. The last thing I want to say, as soon as I got off the train today in Dover, a woman recognised me and she said to me, we are not obsessed with immigration in Dover. Actually, the things we care about are our NHS, our libraries and our schools. We've had an This is an immigration special, but when are we going to have a cost of living special, or a climate special, or a tax for rich special?
Well, all I would say is, on question now, I think it's probably true that we talk about cost of living every week. Yeah. So I'm not sure we need a special programme for it, because we do it every week.
Now, it's good to see Zach calling them rattled on here. They absolutely are, and I'm glad he explains that when asylum seekers come to the UK, the main reasons are family and those that speak English, right? Wouldn't we all do the same if we were in the same scenario? Now, the right-wing media will tell you that it's our so-called generous welfare system, and you'll see on our next story that is not categorically true. Now, I did see some people online criticising his wiping bum comment. I mean, I get it. It sounds like you're reducing migrants to doing shitty jobs, but it is true that a lot of Brits won't do it. Plus, he's taken on an entire political establishment. I wouldn't be too harsh on him, especially if it's effective rhetoric. Now, I thought what Fiona Bruce said in this next clip is very revealing.
I think these clips are backwards.
I want to talk about fair and managed migration. And the
Well,
reason
hang
why
on,
I
it's
want to do
because
that...
open borders is part of your policy.
It's in your manifesto. Hold on, it's not in.
Have you read it?
It is on the website as we speak.
Have you read your manifesto?
Have you noticed how rattled they all are about the Green Party? Because actually what I'm talking about is something very pragmatic.
I don't think so.
We have an
Have you read
ageing...
your manifesto?
Am I going to be allowed to talk?
Just ask the question.
We have an ageing population.
Well, he hasn't.
We've had a declining birth rate, the lowest birth rate for the last 3 years. And ultimately, we have pensions to pay. So we've got people coming over here who, on average, as a migrant worker, are contributing £78,000 over the time, then going back to their home country and not taking out of our system. So they are a net benefit. Most people in this audience and watching this at home will have had an experience of a care worker. 1 in 5 care workers are foreign nationals. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't particularly want to wipe someone's bum. And I'm very grateful for the people who do this work, this really important work, whether it's in the care sector, whether it's in the NHS. Now, I met with the leadership of the BMA recently, the British Medical Association. It's not true that 50% of doctors can't get jobs. That's after 1 month. Now, that's okay, not okay. We need to work on it. But it's not the problem of migrants. We need to listen to people. And next week, I'm going to be going to Calais because I actually want to listen to the people who are having these experiences, both in terms of the boats that we're talking about, and not to go back to it too much. But the reason why people don't stop in France is a safe country, but the UK is also a safe country. And we can't expect every single migrant to stay in France. And largely, they have people from the Congo and from the Ivory Coast because of colonization. And so if people speak English, that's why they want to come to England.
But Zach, why should we take anyone that doesn't make a...
Ken, I'm just putting you down.
Why should we take any...
I'm sorry, I think I've got the videos around the wrong way. That's my fault. I think I labeled them wrong. I was trying to react to the other clip. So basically, the first clip is that clip there was before the last clip. That's really confusing. Yeah, people criticise Zach Plansky for saying, oh, I don't want to wipe someone's ass. And I think give the man some slack. He's on a question time panel, which is insanely biased. But also, it does speak to a system in which we've managed to, whether it's done on purpose or not, we've managed to sort of create a ghetto in terms of migrant communities where a lot of immigrants do the shitty jobs and low-paid jobs. Not just because British people don't want to do it. There are many British people and people who are born here who want to do these sort of jobs. But we have, like, on purpose, created this ghetto in order to create a sort of separation between those who are born here and immigrants. So then the political establishment can use them as a wedge issue. It's done very much by design. The other thing I wanted to react to was Fiona Bruce. Fiona Bruce saying, well, you know, we talk about cost of living every single show. You talk about immigration every single show. I mean, I think Zach tried to mention that point in there as well. The idea, and this just goes to show how the political establishment does not give a fuck about working class people, doesn't care, or is actually, not even that they don't care, they don't realise their own privilege. They're so out of touch that immigration for these people was such an insanely big topic. And granted, it's one or two, typically number two on people's agenda on what they care about. Yes, immigration is very salient, but the idea there could be a cost of living crisis special befuddles people like Fiona Bruce, befuddles people in the corporate and establishment media, because they think, well, it's not important. Material conditions has and always will be the number 1 priority for people, right? Even those that absolutely hate immigrants. Do they wake up in the morning thinking, damn, immigrants? I mean, maybe some do. But they think, can I pay my bill today? Can I pay my rent? Even those who have joined in the far right and turned into fascist, right? They still need to eat. They still need to pay bills, a roof over their head. So, you know, material conditions is always number 1. And the way that Fiona Bruce says, well, we talk about cost of living every single time. Yes, you talk about immigration every single show, but cost of living is the number 1 issue. There should be a special. There absolutely. And if you ask me, every single Question Time episode should have a business leader or CEO and a trade unionist every single time. Because then you can at least have a robust debate. Of course, those of us on the left will always side with the unions and the workers, right? But that will be a proper discussion because you're talking about people's material conditions. You're talking about inequality, and that will be embedded into Question Time because every single episode you'd have someone from the business community and someone from the trade union community. That's what I would say. Now, we have a clip of Zai Youssef attacking Labour.
Look what the Labour government has done. Over 70,000 people have arrived in the United Kingdom illegally since Labour came to power, 50,000 in the last 12 months. That is up 40% year on year relative to the Tory record, which was already a disaster. And notice the very smart sleight of hand that the immigration minister from Labour uses when he talks about 50,000 deportations and removals. Shall we talk about those 50,000, Mike?
Go for it.
A very tiny fraction of those are actual deportations, i.e. enforced
That's
removals.
why I said removals. That's why I said
so
removals.
Will you accept then that over half of those 50,000 are what's known by the Home Office as other verified returns, which means the government literally didn't even know they were leaving until after they had left. Okay, do you know what percentage? Okay, Mike, genuine question. Mike, genuine question. What percentage of the people who have come here illegally under Labour have been deported?
Look, what's really important...
No, please answer my question.
What's really important
what
is
percentage of those 70,000 have been deported?
50,000 have been deported since we came to power.
What percentage of the 70,000 who have come here illegally?
You can do the maths of 70,000
Mike is pretending to not know or actually doesn't know. The answer is 27. The answer is 2,700 people. Just 4% of the people who have arrived here illegally under Keir Starmer's awful government have been deported. That means 96% are still here. So it's no coincidence that these people are streaming across the channel on a daily basis. Britain is a soft touch, and what Labour has done is pour gasoline on a fire that the Tories created. It is totally unfair on British people, and by the way, I include legal migrants within that equation. It is totally unfair. People are furious about it, and for you to sit here and gaslight people with fake numbers, which the Home Office does, Shabana Mahmood does time and again, I think is totally unacceptable and insulting to British people's intelligence.
Do you want to answer that briefly before I come?
I will be brief on this. Look, we're not a soft touch, and you've seen from the sweeping reforms to the system over the last few weeks is the largest since the Second World War. When it comes to the number of deportations and removal, what Zia is doing there is he's splitting hairs.
I don't know if we've been taken off air. Some people are saying copyright cucked. Let's check the YouTube feed. Ooh, says stream unavailable. I don't know if we're going to be coming back on. Stream suspended for policy violations, of course, with the BBC.
Sorry, that's just my.
Well, while
Kevin,
you're doing that, I'll just say
Kevin, unavailable.
I'm on YouTube. Is it still going on my YouTube?
You can still see us, yeah.
Yeah, but there's no your end, Kev. There's no video, so they can't see the clips.
No, they can. I'm literally.
Yeah,
I'm just screen sharing the studio, so I can.
If we end the broadcast and go live again, will that bring us back?
Yeah, I think so. Let's.
Shall I do that?
I don't know how we're going. Yeah. Okay. So we have to end the broadcast.
Thank you, everyone,
and start
for
again.
thank you.
And we'll
No
put the
Justice
link.
MTG.
The same link, won't it?
No, it won't be. It'll be a new link.
For raiding in. Everyone hit the follow button. It's free and sexy. So do that. I'm muted, by the way, so they can't hear me say this. But
It should be the same link because it's the link's already set up in EVMux. And we've not set a new one.
Fucking bastard BBC.
You're going to be on when it goes live, so just be aware. There we go. So you should be on now.
No, it's creating a new link. I will put in the link. Oh.
Fuck it, I'm turning my fan back on. The audio don't matter just yet.
Because we're not even going out because we're not public at the moment.
Yeah, we are. We're live.
Oh, fuck.
Well, you're live, so you're on air. Curtis,
No,
so
not.
just be
It's.
aware.
Oh,
no, you
put
are.
that
I'm
on.
watching the stream.
Okay.
Now.
Okay.
It's a different link, though. I think.
Yeah, it is a different link. I'm gonna just copy over the link from the previous. Oh no, there's no. No, we're getting over. We are good. Come on. I'm really sorry about this, guys. This never really happens.
It's happened once, I think, and it was when we did the last time we did a question time heavy show. In fairness.
Yeah, it came off a little bit, but
take
it
us
came back
completely
on.
off air, did it?
No.
But to be fair, your leftist tech credentials are absolutely impeccable, lads.
Well, maybe that's why.
Yeah, exactly.
I've updated the title and thumbnail to the new streams. Hopefully, it's going to bring people over, but I think that's going to completely destroy our numbers. Okay, so apologies for the interruption there. I do hope that everyone's made it over from the last stream. The BBC cucked us. They don't like us. A public broadcasting institution doesn't want us talking about them.
Well,
right?
it's the left-wing
Taxpayers
bias.
pay for it.
It's the left-wing bias of the BBC,
course,
clearly.
It's the left-wing bias. We're going to carry on. There are more clips, so we might get taken off, but we're just going to carry on because that's in my script. So, if you just joined us...
Oh, so are you fucking anchor, man? What is this? It's in the script, so I'm just going to read it. Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
The video that you just seen was of Zara Yusuf and Mike Tapp, and I was just saying how truly inspiring it is. Because on one hand, we have Zach Plansky speaking to the audience, making impassioned speeches, whilst Zaya is having back and forth squabbles with Mike Tapp. Now, Zara Yusuf also got a frosty reception after appearing to be rude to an audience member.
Want me to play it?
In front of the blue sweater.
Mike, you said that the waiting list and the services are due to migration. That is a fallacy. Mr. Youssef, you talked that there are enough people in the United Kingdom to not need foreign doctors. I joined the NHS as a student in 1974. We've been totally reliant on doctors from Asia initially, and the care sector is totally dependent on care workers from abroad, despite 9 million people not being in work. One reason why people wait for GPs is certainly because the population has gone up, but equally because there's funding for general practice compared to funding for hospital sectors has gone down. So you're conflating lots of different things to state your argument. But my question to you is, you have said, I believe, that migrant workers will lose their indefinite right to live here.
Indefinite leave to remain.
So if, sorry, I got the wording wrong. So if you've worked as a care worker in a nursing home for 40 years, you're already, since last year, not allowed to bring your children over. So when you get to 65, you're going to be sent back to where you came from. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, it's not at all. And if you had paid attention to what we were announcing, you would not have that view. My mother is a care home worker. My mother is a care home worker.
Typically rude.
My mother is a care home worker.
Be polite to people at the same time. They're not decent.
Has worked in care homes for years. We have announced that we would have an acute skills shortage visa specifically for sectors like the care home sector.
I guess Zia didn't have the best performance, which is possibly the reason why he has turned his attention to a conspiracy. Zia tweeted this. So on Question Time tonight, the BBC asked a question of an Iranian illegal migrant in the audience. His question was him reading from his phone a list of reasons why Britain should not withdraw from the ECHR. He even mentioned the Northern Ireland Protocol. And by the way, it's called the Good Friday Agreement. I was going to run a clip of the gentleman who's speaking, but I'm too worried that it's going to bring the stream down. So I think, Mr. Producer, let's just skip video 5. Now, many right-wing accounts on Twitter also shared it, claiming this was a psyop. Even Reform Deputy Leader Richard Tice pointed to an apparent earpiece as proof. Did the BBC Question Time give headset and coaching to this channel illegal migrants? He then has cheat to tell us British taxpayers that we must not leave ECHR, could not make it up. I mean, it's most likely a hearing aid, but this is the level of slop a Reform MP is posting. No different to the anonymous bot accounts. It even led to Mike Tapp coming to the It even led to Mike Tapp coming to the man's defence. To clarify, a few people asking questions last night on Question Time were reading from phones or paper. It's a daunting task, but when a migrant does it, it's a Reform-created conspiracy theory. Get a grip. Mike Tapp took a break from joining in on the migrant bashing and actually made a good point. Now, look, I don't watch Question Time. It's a decision to protect my mental health. And not gonna lie, it's just pure slop. But Kevin, right? Let's bring you in. You did. Indeed. What are your thoughts?
I thought Zach Polanski did very well in the limited time he was given. As always, the pretended left-wing bias of the BBC is in fact a right-wing bias. Zia Youssef was given far more time to speak. The Tory and the Labour Party guy, who was basically a Tory, was given far more time to speak than either Zach Polanski of the Green Party or indeed Daisy Cooper of the Lib Dems, who, even though she's a Lib Dem, did all right actually. Yeah, Zach Polanski, I think knocked it out of the park. I think he did very well and will appeal to a lot of people he's trying to appeal to. I think you'll see another bump in membership for the Green Party, definitely. And I think some of the criticism from leftists has been pretty badly misplaced. I understand that his somewhat problematic use of language towards the idea that migrants are to be sort of exploited for our use, but that's not how that works. It's basically people have to do some work. Production has to take place on some level. So if people are to come into the country, they have to do jobs, right? They have to exist in an economy, regardless of how one structures that economy. And secondly, on a practical basis, if we're to shift the Overton window, you need to make people who are afraid of things like migration less afraid of them. And you can't appeal to some people on the basis of their humanity because they don't possess humanity. They don't possess compassion. So appeal to them on self-interest basis. Appeal to them that, as was quite rightly pointed out by Zach Polanski, people don't want to wipe arses for a living. No one chooses really to want to wipe an arse for a living. People might want to go into care, that's true, but wiping someone's arse is a very unpleasant task, both for the person being wiped and the wiper. I guarantee you the people criticising Zach Polanski for saying that, if you put them all in a room and said who wants to actually wipe an arse right now, I'm guessing you wouldn't have many hands in the air. It's an unpleasant task and very badly remunerated, unfortunately, as well. And so Zach Polanski making these points is just good politics. That's just the way you have to look at this. If you were to have a more sane debate about immigration, you need to move people across. You need to move the Overton window toward the left. And I think he's definitely doing the right thing in terms of trying to make that happen. In terms of Zia Youssef, I think his approach to this, as always, is wrong. I don't know why the Reform Party insist on putting him forward. Well, I do. It's because he's a brown man and therefore he can sell the racism more effectively. That's basically it. In the same way that the Tories worked out that if you put a brown person doing the racism in the Home Office, it seems less racist. And indeed, the Labour Party are now doing that with Shabana Mahmood as Home Secretary. It's a very, very cynical political ploy. But he's not actually a very effective communicator. And his contempt for the working class and contempt, generally speaking, for the British people and the electorate comes through in spades. And the clip you showed of him just rankly insulting a person is just typical of that. He is one of the reasons that the numbers for the Reform Party have plateaued, because people can't get past the fact that they're very obviously a hateful, nasty, spiteful group of people. And Zia Yusuf is exactly a progenitor of that. The fact that this is the second time that he and Zach Polanski have appeared on Question Time together is also, I think, indicative of another problem. Firstly, that Reform are given vastly disproportionate airtime, and that people who aren't even elected officials get disproportionate airtime. I'm okay with that with Zach Polanski because he's the leader of a political party, but Zia Yusuf is nobody. Zia Yusuf is a Tory who became a member of Reform and has been given pointless positions, basically, including the Doge nonsense, and then resigned and then immediately unresigned 2 days later, and he's given a platform constantly on this programme. Why? He's never been elected to anything, he's never run anything, he's an absolutely pointless Nepo baby prick. Why is he even on that show? And yeah, the show is slop. Absolutely, undoubtedly. The fact that we, as Zach Polanski so perfectly pointed out, the fact that we have an immigration special, even though they talk about immigration every week, and you don't have a cost of living special, you don't have a tax the rich special, you don't have a Gaza special necessarily. Although I think did they have a kind of Gaza special at one point? I'm not sure. But either way, you end up with a ridiculously skewed view of things, because if you look at the age cohorts, those 45 and over are disproportionately vastly more interested in migration than those 45 and below. But of course, as so often the case in British politics, you end up with the entire political establishment pandering to the group of people who are 50 and over.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And sometimes when they do like the youth question time, it's not very often, they shouldn't talk about immigration then, since only people who are older care about it. To pick up on the point about Zach Polanski's wiping bums comment, I noticed it was a lot of right-wingers who attacked him for it, and it's hilarious because it's faux outrage, it's concern trolling, because they're like, oh, how dare he say that? Your entire political project is about attacking immigrants, and you're attacking Zach Polanski on this. Of course, it's political point scoring, but again, I do think cut the man some slack given what's going on. I love to continue this conversation, but given the disruption, because we're cut by the BBC, we're going to move on to our next story. And less slop, but I would say quite a horrific story, actually. Now, Sean Rigby is an amputee who has been ordered to pay back £36,000 in benefits after he was found to have been playing cricket. Yes, this is real. Sean Rigby from Telford had his personal independence payment withdrawn after a video emerged showing him take part in a game of cricket. But his family said, playing cricket does not negate Sean's disability. It showcases his determination to lead a fulfilling life despite it. The Department of Work and Pensions said its decision had been backed by an independent tribunal, and PIPs were awarded based on how a condition impacts a person's day-to-day needs, as opposed to the condition itself. In an online petition, Mr. Rigby's family said he had overcome incredible odds since losing his leg below the knee in a tragic tractor accident when he was just 2 years old. They said despite his physical challenges, the 37-year-old had tried to live as fully as possible, embracing activities like cricket, not only for his own mental and physical health, but also to share joyful moments with his family. Mr. Rigby said he used to play for England's disability cricket team before eventually having to give it up. Now, Rigby appeared on Good Morning Britain, and Ed Balls had the gall to ask him why taxpayers should be paying for his PIP.
The money, why is it the £500? Why is that important to you? Why is it fair the taxpayers should pay you that money?
Well, the £500 contributes towards the car for starters. So, as I say, going backwards and forwards to the shop, I played cricket through a choice. I know the repercussions I'm going to have through the pain and things like that, but it's something that I've done since I was the age of 7. It's hard to switch off from wanting to do something like that. As I say, I'm pretty much a people's person. I'll do anything I can to help other people, regardless of what pain that might put me through. I'll always think about other people's needs before my own. And
do you work at the moment?
Yes, I work full-time, yeah.
But the £500, if that wasn't there on addition to your salary, what would it stop you doing?
I find ways of adapting. So I haven't had the money now for 18 months, but you just take cutbacks in your own home life. So we just do less things as a family and things like that with the kids.
This is insane. Really insane stuff. I mean, personal independent payments is an equalizer. So being disabled comes at extra costs. This is true. So the government funds those extra costs by way of PIP. So those with disabilities are not out of pocket, right? But this is what we've come to. The way we view this is that those who claim benefits, they must lead miserable lives. They cannot have fun or hobbies. It's sickening. I mean, this man is an amputee. His life is already more difficult compared to those of us who are able-bodied. And PIP was just simply there to help. And it's only in a small way. Now this man has to pay £36,000. £36,000. But not only that, but have the misfortune of being asked why he deserves this money from Ed fucking Balls. Now, what people don't understand is that those who moan and moaned about scroungers and those who don't deserve disability benefits did this thing, right? This policy or this thing has happened to this man because of those out there who cry about benefits, right? This policy is a direct result of people's selfish attitudes, right? If your politics is attacking those who are perceived to not need PIP or any other form of allowance, right? It ultimately hits those who absolutely deserve it. One, because those who fraudulently claim are non-existent. And two, it's aiding the culture of hating those on benefits. Now, government data showed so-called disability benefit fraud at 0%. The number is so insignificant, it's a statistical 0%. If your politics is obsessed with those in the statistical 0%, ultimately those in the 100% are attacked. Now, we're a small organisation, right? We don't always have the capacity to speak to those who are affected by this or to have an expert or campaigner on. But what we can do is speak up against this. These sorts of stories really, really make me furious. Kevin, we can absolutely blame the government for this, but it's also the responsibility of society as a whole to not have such messed up attitudes when it comes to those with disabilities.
Yeah, absolutely. The point you made there about the sort of necessity, given public opinion and governmental policy, for anyone in receipt of any amount of money from the state to live some sort of horrific Dickensian existence, except of course if they're very rich and receiving even huger amounts of money from the state, of which I'll get back to in a second. This story is absolutely despicable and is such a symbol of the toxic way in which benefits is treated in the national media. Ed Ball should be ashamed of himself. All of the people involved in this story should be ashamed of themselves, except of course the man himself who was a victim of this. Surely we should be trying to encourage people with disabilities to A, remain active in terms of their social lives, because of course loneliness is a huge problem which can affect mental health as well as physical health, and generally quality of life. And secondly, for the physical fitness of the people involved. Now, of course, in a lot of cases this won't be possible, but the whole point of the personal independence payment is that it financially covers the costs of remaining physically independent and getting out there, including, if you're a cricketer, playing cricket. He said himself he has to go through physical pain to endure that, but he will do so. Surely that's a good thing. Surely that is a wise investment of public money to ensure that this person's quality of life is improved. This person's physical and mental health is improved. Because I imagine in the last 18 months that has not been the case. As he said, his family life has been affected financially because of all of this. It's so disgusting to me that we force people into this situation. As a society, there is a real nasty culture of spitefulness, of this whole skivers and strivers mentality. As he pointed out, he works full time. Most people in receipt of universal credit in work credit are in work. Okay, what we are is a nation whose government are so obsessed with doing everything the business wants that we will undercut, or we will underwrite the poor wages given to people like this man, so that the companies themselves don't have to actually pay for it. I've forgotten. Oh God, what was the last point I made? Oh yeah, sorry. So in terms of the ferocity with which they'll go after benefit claimants in any way whatsoever if they even break the rule in the slightest way. Where is that ferocity for the bankers who have stolen billions from the British people? Where is that ferocity for the people who stole PPE money? £200 million from Michelle Mone not being dragged out of her, is it? Exactly. Whereas this 36 grand from this guy, why is it they only ever go after the poor and never ever the rich? When the rich take money from the government, it's fine. When the poor do it, they have to beg and grovel and live on gruel and nothing else. Otherwise, they're living high on the hog. It's a disgrace.
I mean, it's the embeddedness of classism within us, though, because when a rich person is seen to be taking something, it's seen as smart. So when corporations don't pay taxes, they'll say, well, they're being smart with the money because they're putting it overseas. But when a poor person is perceived to be taking something, people get really angry because people have been conditioned, and this is, I'm sorry to say, you're propagandized by the corporate media to hate people like this. Yeah. But what really, really gets to me is people will see that clip. Most people will see that clip and go, oh, that's awful. That shouldn't happen. Like, he should be allowed to do it. But not reflect on how their broader attitudes led to this, right? Because if you speak to most people will say, people should be getting benefits that they deserve, right? If you're actually disabled, you'll get it, right? But those who are faking it shouldn't get it. That's the way they think, right? But my entire point is, if you are worried about who's faking it or not, who's being a fraud or not, it will ultimately lead to those who absolutely need it paying the price, because the government, and this isn't excusing the government, by the way, they don't have to do these policies, but the government or those in power will look at the attitudes of the British people and say, people are quite anti-benefit, so we're going to do the best we can to try and save money, and ultimately it hits people who need it. Because once again, as I mentioned earlier, government statistics show statistically 0% are fraudulent, right? So basically, what you say, the number is so small, you shouldn't even think about it. So if you're looking at making cutbacks or attacking people on benefits, you're going to hit people. The entire DWP scandal, where people were literally killed. What about 330,000 people were killed due to austerity? A lot of that came by the way of benefit cuts. But people can't make that connection. They'll just go, oh, well, this poor man, you know, he should have his benefits, but it's other people. But when you focus on the other people, this is going to happen. You're never going to break the cycle. To me, I think, look, maybe it's controversial to say. I don't think it is, but other people might think that. I don't care if there are one or two people who are gaming the system. I really don't. And I'll tell you why. Because we have insane levels of inequality. Our next story is going to show that. We have corporations and billionaires who use our public utilities, who use our workers, who use our National Health Service, and then don't want to pay any taxes. They either don't pay any taxes or pay very little. They'll send in lobbyists to our parliament so they can pay less, right? And that's the tunes of billions, right? Yeah. That makes natural difference. To me, that's the priority. If someone's claiming £200 a week or £150 a week, and maybe they don't really need it, maybe not, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Right? Until we sort out inequality, until we sort out the corporations who are decaying our society, then I'm sorry, I'm not going to worry about someone who may or may not needs benefits. Because if you do focus on that, then the scenario in which Mr. Rigby finds himself in is an outgrowth of that very attitude of trying to find who deserves it, who doesn't deserve it. Focus your priorities on the bigger picture, which is the fact that the 1% literally own everything. Our society is decaying. Democracy is being destroyed because we have global corporations and tech pros pretty much owning everything in society. And your worry is that someone might be fraudulently claiming. This is on you. Guys, this is on you, those that think that way. Sorry to say.
Exactly, yeah. No, I absolutely agree with you. I don't care if a few people are gaming the system, as long as everyone who genuinely needs it is covered. Yep. I'll put up with that. You know, a few million here or there is nothing to the multi-billion pound industry that is the government, right? And so, yeah, if a few people gain the system, so what? The millionaires and billionaires gain the system every single day.
Every single day.
And they've become much, much wealthier in the last 10 years than anyone could ever have dreamed of. Ridiculous.
I'll just say this before we move on. people do need to accept that there may be a handful of people who might get money they don't deserve in order to protect the majority of people who need it.
Yeah.
So you have to ask yourself this question. If you never want to see a scenario with Mr. Rigby, if you never want to see a scenario where someone was declared fit for work and then has a fucking heart attack the next day, if you never want to see that scenario, then you better accept that maybe a very small amount of people are gaming the system. It's impossible. You can never have a perfect society where everyone gets exactly what they need. There's always going to be little outliers, but accept that for the broader, greater good. And that's what is not in the zeitgeist of people, unfortunately. You can see I'm getting rewound up about this, but we do need to move on because we got another 2 stories to get through. But before we continue, we would like to remind our viewers that we are 5 volunteers keeping this ship going. We do this around our full-time jobs. Our goal is to become full-time, meaning we can increase our content, be far more ambitious, and build a sustainable left-wing alternative. I would really like us for us to go to 5 shows a week. Currently at 3. We don't have the capacity to do every single day, but that is the plan. I assure you, we will get there. But your help has made so much of a difference already. Equipment, I'd say this all the time. Equipment, rallies, interviews. We had a fantastic weekend at your party conference. Me and Callum went down there, and I have to say props to Callum Taylor, for doing impeccable work. He was running and gunning, trying to get interviews from everyone, and he edited the package that we put out today. If you haven't seen it, our package, our report of your party conference is on our channel right now. And things like that means we can pay to get the train down, for example. Your support truly means everything. Now, of course, we rely on small donations. So if you want to be part of a media organisation that seeks to destroy the oligarchs, then please head over to turnleftmedia.co.uk/support. There you can support us monthly on Patreon, or there is another link for a one-time contribution. You can also become a YouTube member for 99p. Thank you, but let's move on to the next story. The oligarchs even... Sorry, I'll start that. I think I've written that wrong, actually. The oligarchs don't even try to make themselves look good anymore. They are open about their monstrous plans for the future. Tarek Mansour, the co-founder of Cutie, which is a prediction market, let's be real, it's gambling, said this utterly psychotic thing about the future.
Tarek, you've mentioned multiple times that you think prediction markets will be bigger than the stock market. What is it going to take to become a $1 trillion asset class?
It's pretty much already like close to 100 billion a year asset class, right? Like, it's pretty easy to imagine a 10x from here. Like, we haven't even started. It's been a year. I think a very large number of people care, much larger than traditional markets. And I think retail as a pie has just been growing in the US, and I think it's going to keep growing. It's growing in the stock market, but it's growing outside of the stock market. The long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. And I think if you do build a general purpose exchange that can resolve differences of opinions on anything, like, the TAM is quite massive, quite a bit bigger than the current TAM of the stock market. I think putting aside sort of the retail trading and the institutional trading product, like, there's sort of this separate product, which is like, we are living in a world where, like, we have an abundance of information, but there's a lot of noise, and, like, we don't really understand what's real from what's not. And prediction markets are an antidote to that. They do a very, very good job at distilling information and surfacing truth to people. And you're seeing this sort of massive shift where, like, people are using them whenever they think about questions about the future, you know, whenever they're debating about anything. And I think that trajectory is going to keep going. That's a new consumer habit that I don't think is going to be undone.
I just want to take a quote. To financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. What he's simply saying there is information wants to be free. It does. It's getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. It wants to be free, but the constraints of capitalism is making for scarcity. And these tech bros understand that information cannot be shackled. So what they're basically doing is we're going to turn opinions into a commodity, right? And what is it with these fucking tech bros? Like, oh, it really makes the millennials look really bad. A member which I'm a part of, they're like, yeah, so we're just gonna, you know, take over the world. Really good stuff. Gonna throw out some technical terms like tradable assets. Oh yeah, but anyway, yeah, destroying the world. Yeah, cool. Fuck. It's really dystopian. Look, I don't want to be a doomer, but I'm sorry. The promise of the future is going to be worse than the past. I mean, CEOs don't want commodities anymore in the physical sense. They don't want to be entrepreneurs. They don't want to solve problems. They want to manufacture commodities out of thin air, right? Capitalism is dying. right? It is absolutely dying. No longer are things bought and sold, rather information, which again wants to be free, but it's being forced into scarcity. But we've gone further. It's the financialization of information. It's not the financialization of information, but it's opinion. And we are moving into a world in which those at the top now want to make a profit without producing anything. A false economy, if you will. I read Yanis Varoufakis' Techno-Feudalism book. Really good stuff. There's a lot of leftists who don't think he's correct. They think, oh, it's just capitalism. I don't know. I think we've moved into a very different stage of capitalism in which rentier capitalism and this techno-feudal society is becoming the dominant force rather than buying and selling physical things. I mean, it started in transition from the 90s going to a service-based economy to now, to cloud capital. And I think this is a far different form of capitalism in which we lived in the 40 or 50 years, or 40, 50 years ago. Now, Adam Johnson, co-host of the Citation podcast, summed it up well. These people are deeply anti-human. For all of the talk about social erosion and the doom loop, etc., Silicon Valley is run by the biggest degenerate misanthropes. Is that misanthropes? I think that's how I say it. Is run by the biggest degenerate misanthropes on Earth. They hold nothing sacred, ascribe to the cult infinite growth, and view anyone not in the club as faceless NPCs. I think that's broadly correct. That's how they see it. Now, it's funny. What people told you about communism, or what communism would do, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, is actually true about capitalism. I mean, are you a homeowner who's watching? Maybe you are, but that's fooling. We're nowhere near the days of 70% home ownership anymore. It's below 50%, or it's reaching that anyway. When it comes to, I always love using this example, and I apologize if you tire of me saying this, but gaming and entertainment. Once a commodity that you could hold in your hands, you buy a game and it's yours, is now on the cloud. Streaming services like Netflix. Oh, no, you can't own something you purchased now. You can watch it on the cloud. And by the way, far inferior quality. It's literally, and I'm not endorsing this, but if you were to pirate it, a lot of videos are like 4K Blu-ray. You go on Netflix, you pay for it, and it's barely 720p. And they can take it away. You know, I was watching the James Bond franchise, and I got up to number 20. And because it came up to Christmas, they pulled all the James Bond films off. I was watching it. I wanted to watch the next one. They pulled it off because, Christmas. Sales are going to go up. So they want you to pay more. They have the power to take that from you. From commercial property to information to AI and now betting on opinions. This is dystopia. Now, More Perfect Union posted this shocking statistic. There are now 2,900 billionaires, and they hold 15.8 trillion. The wealth of the bottom 50% of the global population, over 4 billion people, is estimated at $3.7 trillion. Now, I remember like 10 years ago when we were saying, the top 1% had more wealth than the bottom 50% of humanity. And I would go, oh my God, that's nothing now. That's nothing. Like the 0.1%, 3,000 billionaires have, quadruple the wealth of 4 billion people, which is half the population. It's insane. This is where we are. The wealthy have already accumulated capital and then use that already accumulated capital to acquire more. It has utterly spiraled. So put down your sci-fi books, put down your romantasy books, and please, please, bloody read Marx, or at least watch videos that explain it. Kevin, are we that close to dystopia? I mean, I don't think I've ever heard more of a depressing thing than financialize everything, turn opinions into tradable assets.
Well, this is the inevitable outcome of capitalism. Simple in its red and tooth and claw, okay? The phrase that was used by the person you quoted from the podcast, infinite growth. That's the thing you need to bear in mind. Capitalism needs infinite growth. It needs constant, ever-growing growth, right? And that can't happen. It's basically maxed out its useful productive capacity, and so it's now just inventing rubbish. Whether it's non-fungible tokens, whether it's cryptocurrencies, whether it's AI nonsense, whether it's financializing opinions. They're now doing non-productive production, as it were, in order to try and keep the bandwagon going. As you say, capitalism is dying, but it's not going to go quietly. It's going to desperately thrash to try and keep itself alive, like the wounded animal that it is. And this is exactly the kind of thing you can expect. The kind of joke suggestions by libertarians in recent years of things like privatizing the air that we breathe and things like that are becoming more and more believable, because that's exactly where these people want to take it. These techno bros have had it nothing positive, it seems to me, to mankind. They take previously existing things like gambling and turn it worse, or in the case of Elon Musk, basically everything he's ever touched is a piece of pre-existing technology which he made worse. These people are anti-human garbage, and they need to be taken from the... They need to be stripped of a great deal of their wealth through taxation, let's say, and kept away from the body politic, because these people are fanatical, dangerous people who don't see humans as humans and see them as commodities indeed to be traded. We are not just in techno-feudalist territory, we're almost in techno-slavery territory. And it's genuinely quite worrying when you look into it.
I mean, let me ask you. Well, let me ask. I'm going to make a statement, but I want to hear your response. We need to abolish billionaires, and not just billionaires. I think we need to abolish multimillionaires. Right? And I don't mean this as a meme or anything, right? We need to tax people who hit 50 or 100 million at 100% tax rates, right? People watching might be like, "Oh, that's so far left." I'm sorry, it's not far left, because we cannot allow this to continue. Yeah. They have more power than the kings and queens had in feudal times, right? The promised land of capital. Look, I'm a Marxist, right? I absolutely do praise capitalism's good points, because capitalism was a necessary step out of feudalism. I take that Marxist line. I'm not an anti-capitalist. I'm a post-capitalist, right? But those who love capitalism say, oh, it's because of the freedom we give us. It's better that than we live under feudal rule. Well, guess what? Capitalism is now morphing back into feudalism. We don't have freedom. We don't have competition, right? We don't have the market playing the invisible hand here. The market is constantly manipulated by those in power, because that is how capitalism works. It's annoying when people say, you know, I love capitalism, hate corporatism. They're the same thing. Monopolies are an outgrowth of capitalism. You actually have to intervene in the market. You have to basically become social democratic to stop that. What do you think?
Absolutely. Adam Smith, the very sort of founder, if you will, the father of capitalism, said exactly these same sorts of things. He was against rentierism. Mm-hmm. He knew that an absolute free market wouldn't work, because again, you're going to have the tendency to go towards monopolies, and you're going to have the tendency for wealth to accumulate in smaller and smaller number of hands. This is absolutely true. And again, you read Marx, or indeed look into Marxist kind of literature and videos and stuff like that, because this will give you a greater understanding of it. But essentially, this is the death throes of capitalism. This is what they're inevitably going to try and do, just to keep the train chugging along, because the people in charge of the train have every interest in keeping the train going, even if it's running over people to do so.
I want to address my social democratic friends. I have friends in social democrats. A lot of self-described social democrats are liberals, but I do find a lot of self-described socialists are social democrats, right? But the actual radical social democrats, I have respect for you, right? But here's the thing. I don't see how capitalism can survive. I think if you think that capitalism can be here to stay, and you truly can have a scenario where governments are more powerful than capital, right? Then you could probably even convince me to be a social democrat. But I think the fact of the matter is, you cannot. What's happening today? I mean, the UK, the West, the US, we live in social democracy, and this is happening, right? Capital is always going to be stronger than the states, because the state is infiltrated by capital. You have politicians who work in the state, in government, are friends with capital. I don't think it's possible to ever have a society with this amount of wealth where the state is more powerful. Therefore, I think you have to be either a socialist or post-capitalist, because I don't think the promised world of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, the golden era, shall we say, that's never going to come back. So I do question those who say, I'm not an anti-capitalist, I'm a class war social democrat. Again, I respect you for, for being a class war social democrat, right? But I question how you believe that capitalism and capital can somehow be constrained without transcending the capitalist system.
Well, not just
open to hearing the argument, by the way. But
not just that, but I think the transnational nature of it as well is important. How can one nation state deal with a company that has more money than it and operates across essentially a borderless landscape of digital money transfer? You can't. You realistically can't. When you have Elon Musk essentially able to buy the American election, how does the government of Ghana stop him? You can't. They realistically can't do that. Capital has become far more powerful than the possibility of government to stop it. And so either government or the people, for which the government supposedly represents and stands, need to stop it, otherwise it will stop people.
I think you're right. I think the capital is far too powerful for social democracy to be sufficient. In fact, I don't think social democracy is going to stay. I think the basic arguments of a social democratic society, you're labelled far left for just saying, oh, maybe we should have some kind of investment. Now, of course, that's not an excuse to say let's get rid of social democracy. Let's just fight back. But I just think what you're going to have in a social democratic system is a constant battle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, constant fights between workers and capital, and you're always going to keep going back. You're going to have a government that's more in favor of workers, implements some really good pieces of regulation, and makes a society that's better, economy for the many. But then in 5, 10, 15 years' time, you'll elect a fucking libertarian. You'll elect a more pro-capital government, and then they just take away those rights. And then inequality exposed. That is what happened after the post-war consensus. We had Clement Attlee came in, made some fantastic sweeping reforms that benefited the British working class and society. But how long did that last for? I mean, his government only lasted 5 years. Then there was a Tory government. But a few decades later, Margaret Thatcher came in and absolutely destroyed the post-war consensus, came in with her neoliberalism, something which we're still fighting the effects today. So the idea that we can just contain capital would mean we'd have to constantly elect governments that stand up for workers. We can rely on this, in a way, kind of philanthropy. The same people who say we don't need to tax the rich, they give to charity. We know that's bullshit. Then I don't think we should rely on the philanthropy of a government that cares about you, because we know they don't. And a lot of them lie.
And it can lead to bad places. Bill Gates, for instance, has been broadly criticised for his intensive push against polio. Not because trying to fight against polio in Africa is bad, but because he relies on governments matching his donations in these places, means that so much of the very small pot of money that these African countries have to fight the various diseases they have to deal with, like the huge AIDS pandemic and dengue fever and all kinds of awful things, gets sucked up by the attention that's given and the money that's given to polio, that those other diseases are basically running rampant, unchecked, because of this stupid idea that some white guy can just go to Africa and say, oh, well, here's some money, that'll sort the problem out. And it won't. It won't. It's actually making the situation significantly worse in a number of ways. Whereas if those people were taxed properly and that money was used in a genuinely cooperative way through foreign aid and not in an imperialist sense to actually fight those problems, you could do it much more holistically.
Any social democrats working, I'm open to the arguments. Make me a social democrat. I'm just not convinced. I don't know how you can be a social democrat in today's society. I get it. In the 60s and 70s, especially the 60s, social democracy was working fairly well. There was issues, of course, but this is a different world. So I don't know how you can remain to be a social democrat, but you know what? Give me your best arguments, because I'm open. love that conversation, but we're gonna move on to our final story of the evening. Fake anti-Semitism group Stop Anti-Semitism posted their nominations for Anti-Semites of the Year. You may notice some of the people on there, you may not, but there's one in particular I'd like to talk about, and that's Miss Rachel. According to Stop Anti-Semitism, she's a contender. But who is she? Miss Rachel, also known as Rachel Ann Accurso, is a children's entertainer. She's an educator, YouTuber, and singer-songwriter. She has a YouTube series called Miss Rachel, where she sings educational children's songs. What a bastard. Why has she been targeted? That's because she's spoken out against Israel's genocide and even has the audacity to feature a young Palestinian child on her show.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired.
This is Miss Rachel, hanging out with her new friend Rahaf. Miss Rachel is like YouTube's Mr. Rogers, with millions of subscribers and billions of views.
Can you nod yes?
And Rahaf is a 3-year-old double amputee from Gaza. She lost her legs when her home was bombed, and months later was medically evacuated to the US. Miss Rachel saw a video of the little girl, now living with her mom and a host family in Missouri, watching her show.
She's just so precious. Hopping like a bunny, and she was kind of hopping on the couch.
And arranged to have Rahaf come visit her in New York. Rahaf is part of a new group of fans Miss Rachel discovered last year, refugees of the war in Gaza.
I was tagged in a video of a toddler and a brother and a sister watching in a tent. And I saw the toddler swing and the little girl smile, and I was just so touched that I could bring a little bit of joy to them during unimaginable circumstances.
Did you know that you had this audience?
No, I was completely surprised. Someone wrote, "This made me realize that these kids are like mine and like ours." And I know so many parents that enjoy our show feel the same way. They say, as a mom, I just think about, I see my babies. All children are worthy.
She's posted more and more about Gaza as the war has gone on, highlighting the humanitarian crisis and launching a fundraiser for kids. She's gotten supportive comments, but there's also been backlash.
The bullying is so bad. It's so bad. But I can handle this.
I mean, she's clearly evil. Miss Rachel has received huge pushback from Zionists accusing her of anti-Semitism, and this prompted her to post this. Wanting kids to live isn't anti-Semitic. She isn't wrong. It doesn't make you anti-Semitic, but some think you are. But she rightfully defended herself. This is what she wrote on Instagram. The Stop Anti-Semitism Now group should not be able to try to ruin people's lives, cause them to receive threats and need security, try to get all business partners to drop them, accuse them of a serious crime, being paid by Hamas, and get news to cover it with no evidence. I have 2 kids who shouldn't have to deal with the consequences of this. Remembering my son accidentally overhearing us talking about my safety, and then him crying, wanting to hold my hand all night, scared something would happen to me. This has taken such a toll of me and my family, and all I've wanted was to help kids. I mean, you think it would be that simple, but Zionists are exposing themselves. Not only does opposing child murder make you anti-Semitic, but if you think Jews should be treated equally, that is now also a qualifier. In a now deleted article, the Times of Israel posted this, and by the way, you will not believe what it says. It's insane. To dislike certain I'll start that again. To dislike certain ethnicities is racist. To see Jews as equal is anti-Semitic. Understand the speciality of anti-Semitism. Jews are the only people based on an assignment, and a divinely ordained task is to be exemplary to all of humanity, to be God ambassadors on earth, fighting for the good of everyone. That means that when one says that Jews are just like everyone else, you're a bigot. You don't need to look down on Jews to be anti-Semitic. And the idea that Jews should be no different than Gentiles already implies opposing Jews, as if Jews should adjust to majority norms, integrate, and assimilate away. Sorry, every time I read that, I absolutely lose my mind. Of the 4 or 5 years of doing Turn Left, we've covered anti-Semitism smears, all these sorts of things. I think that's the craziest one. Literally saying, if you think Jewish people are equal, you are anti-Semitic. I'm gonna have a fucking brain aneurysm. I mean, a literal news organization is saying, if you don't believe in Jewish supremacy, you are a racist. It's honestly mind-blowing stuff. It's so bad that they've had to delete it. Kevin, why does opposing child murder make you an anti-Semite?
Well, obviously it doesn't. And just that Times of Israel bit was so incredible. It's the inevitable outcome of the kind of Jewish supremacist evil that is the Zionist entity, Israel. Very simple. I think the bigger issue, which you didn't even mention in this, Curtis, is that the 2025 Anti-Semite of the Year nominations skipped over both you and I, which is a disgrace. We've both been absolutely terrible, awful bastards in terms of, covering all of the murder that Israel has been doing for this entire year, and yet we couldn't make the list. It's a disgrace and an outrage. No, I'm joking. This is farcical, and actually is sort of dangerous in a sense, because it undermines the seriousness of the claim of anti-Semitism by making, Miss Rachel, who's just like the sweetest person ever, apparently, into an anti-Semite. Like, any list of anti-Semites that doesn't include Nick Fuentes is not one to be taken seriously. Simple as that. This is so obviously a pro-Israel Zionist smear job organisation. We don't need to take them seriously intellectually. We do need to take them seriously politically, because clearly they have contacts, clearly they're able to get their nonsense into news organisations and to have an impact. And so we need to take them seriously from that respect. But in terms of the actual content of it, it's nothing. It's literally just the most absurd, disgusting creatures that would defend any of this nonsense. I saw that E. Fartlow put out that Miss Rachel was guilty of blood libel for the very tweet that you showed there, of her saying not wanting the children to die isn't anti-Semitic. Look, and the thing is, if you oppose that sentence and you think it is anti-Semitic, what you are inherently saying is that you think being Jewish is equating wanting children to be dead, which ironically becomes one of the most unfathomably anti-Semitic things I can imagine a person saying. There you go.
Well, I mean, when people try and smear everyone as anti-Semitic, they trip up on themselves and say something really fucking anti-Semitic.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, they're just appalling. Yeah. There's no one more anti-Semitic than a Zionist.
Yeah.
100%.
Because again, the implicity is like, oh, Jews kill children. Because when you say, I don't think it's anti-Semitic to be accusing. Sorry, it's not anti-Semitic to oppose children being killed. If you object to that, you are implicitly saying, well, but Jews do kill children. Like, it's fucking well. And as we say a lot, wrapped up in all of this are Jewish people. It is so harmful for Jewish people because you are seeing a rise in anti-Semitism, and you're seeing sort of those who see these utterly deranged pieces like the Times of Israel and calling Miss Rachel anti-Semitic. It creates more anti-Semites because they're like, I don't trust Jewish people now, which is obviously the wrong way to go. But the Zionists do not give a flying fuck about Jewish people, because one of their targets, or one of the victims of false cases of anti-Semitism, is Jewish people themselves.
Yeah, well, we saw exactly such an example earlier. Zach Polanski, a Jewish man who's so proud of his Jewish heritage, changed his name from the anglicised version of his name back to the original Polanski, in order to show his pride and his heritage, was smeared as an anti-Semite for saying that Israel should be stopped from doing genocide. Now, I have a lot more faith in my Jewish friends, neighbours, comrades, even people I don't know and don't like, that being genocidal is not a core part of their identity. But apparently Zionists seem to think that it is a core part of the Jewish identity, which again becomes phenomenally anti-Semitic. Again, there is no person more anti-Semitic than a Zionist, because they don't care about Jewish people, they care about Israel and nothing else.
Yeah, the so-called anti-Semitism concerners, including the right-wing media, because I tell you what, Talk TV, GB News never speaks up against racism unless it's anti-Semitism because they're weaponizing it, then literally attacked a Jewish leader, Zach Plansky. And the way in which they attacked him, again, with his name change, it was literally to do with the Holocaust. Yeah. And they took the piss out of him. It's fucking insane. I mean, the Times of Israel, really exposed within the Zionist project and those within the Israeli government that many believe that Jewish people should be seen as superior, especially when it comes in contrast with Palestinians and Arabs. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, this is the inevitable outcrop of the kind of racial supremacism, which is at the very core of Zionism and the very core of the Israeli state. They see themselves as clearly above all people, but especially Arabs and Muslims in the local kind of geographic area, because politically that makes, I suppose, a certain sense from their perspective as to why that is the case. Yeah, as always, ethno-states or ethno-statism, ethno-nationalism will lead to this place. There cannot be a kind of exclusionary nationalism, rather as opposed to the kind of liberation nationalisms of of the kind of South African model or things like that, right? The racist nationalism will always lead to this kind of hatred. It won't always be given the carte blanche, murderous blank check to do exactly what the Israeli government have done.
But if you're friends and allies, you will.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're in the right circumstance, you'll be able to get away with that, but maybe you won't. But either way, that hatred leads to this kind of mentality.
100%. Really well put. I think we should go into our comments. Let's bring in our producer, and yes, it is Callum Taylor. In the comments, give Callum love for the work he did this weekend.
Legend.
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for your kind words. Yeah, it was a bit of a hectic weekend, wasn't it? Running around and speaking to people and finding out what was going on.
Member of Parliament, friend.
Yeah, but because she was boycotting the first day of conference, we had to walk halfway across Liverpool to interview.
Oh, Sultana,
come on!
friend.
It was round the corner.
Yeah, it wasn't too far away. In fairness.
Callum, I think you want to make yourself a tad louder. I think
I'll just do that then. That's fine.
Yeah.
So volume up. Oh, yeah, see, it's because everyone else. This happened with Ben the other day. I'm going to blame him.
I mean, what they absolutely need in this software is just what they call it, a voice meter, so you can see the green and red lines. So the audio levels, there we go. So we can, before the show, we can make sure everyone's levels is equal. But we have to wait to the show for people to go, can't hear ya. Then we respond.
Maybe we should write to them and request it. I can't. I think we had some super chats before we got taken off the air. And obviously
we can't go
through, so I can't bring those up. So thank you. If you were one of the people that sent us a super chat before we disappeared briefly, then thank you, and it's very, very welcome. But unfortunately, we're not able to bring it up. When we came back, though, Rachel sent us $2 saying, "Next time, do a bold and dramatic reading of Question Time."
I don't think you catch me fucking dead doing that, but Kevin, that would be quite funny for you to do.
But I want to hear it in your accent.
We'll get the transcript.
What about them bloody immigrants then?
Oh, yeah. I'm Fiona Bruce. You're right.
I'm Fiona Bruce.
Specs.
I'm worse than David Dimbleby, which is true.
Specs has gifted 510 left.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much,
Specs. So that's a welcome to. I was gonna go through everyone, but the
I don't think you
are about
can.
3 seconds long. Although I've started now, so I may as well finish these animations.
Okay.
Have you added these, Curtis? These are really
No, I'm not. I can't do that. This is built in the software.
Oh, it's been updated, has it?
Snazzy though, isn't it?
It is. This is proper. This is the production values, mother flipper.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna fucking bigger. So our production values are pretty good when we have no budget.
When it works.
No, they're very fucking good. Yeah,
It's
only
watching
YouTube.
Lots of YouTube. Watching lots of YouTube growing up absolutely pays off because there's so many good tutorials on how to get the lighting good and stuff like that. But we are getting more and more comments like, who funds Turn Left? I'm like, well,
George Soros.
Patreon, George Soros. If only. Who pays Turn Left? Yeah, YouTube ad revenue and a bit of Patreon.
True.
So
that's literally where we get it from. James has gifted 5 Turn Left memberships as well.
Thank
Those are
you.
showing at
Thank
the
you very
moment,
much,
so
James.
Thank you and welcome to everyone who has been gifted a membership there as well.
It's interesting that they've all had the same message for the last 20 fucking times it's come up on the screen now. That's interesting, isn't it?
What's that?
No, it's just because it just has received a gifted membership.
Oh right, yes.
For the...
Yeah, they've all said the same thing. And another
change your comments up a little bit.
Oh, echo chamber much left.
That was a terrible dad joke, Kev.
Yeah, that's why it went completely over the over my
Look,
head.
some people need to be talked down to, and some people get subtle humour. You know?
Okay.
Rachel's at another $2 super chat and said that they're talking poly market on steroids, right? This was in relation to the.
Well, exactly. Yeah, they're literally they've tried to reinvent gambling, which is ridiculous. You can bet on virtually anything, and are doing this weird dystopian thing with it as well. Like, it's just gross. And not just that, but to a degree, in what way is the stock market not also basically gambling?
It's all fucking gambling.
Of course it's gambling.
Finance capital is gambling. It's just a posh word for it.
Yeah.
You know, banking is supposed to be incredibly boring. And, you know, post-Thatcher, people are like, oh, why don't we make why don't we make the banking sector really fun, full of coke and really dangerous? And there you go, the 2008 financial crash, and people lose their fucking homes. But guess what? People got bonuses, people got filthy rich. That's why they didn't regulate it. And now we're doing another one. We're doing the AI bubble. That's going to explode everywhere. It's all happening again.
Yeah.
This one I thought was this made me laugh. So this was when we were this was after we'd been taken off air. The ex-Ollie has said, pause here, silenced again.
True. When would the neck of the foot of YouTube get off Zia Yusuf's neck? Really like.
Yeah, do you know what? I mean, not only the BBC, but Turn Left cancelled Zia Yusuf.
True. Racist.
Also, I want to... By the way, is it Zia or Zia? I sort of interchange.
Zia, I believe.
Zia. Poor old Zia's been cancelled on 2 channels now.
Neon Visual has said, that was the first question time I've watched for a while. Are they always full of angry white elderly racists?
Yes.
First time, Neon? Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Also, I stopped watching it.
Someone from my chat, I do have to address this. Is it weird to fancy Daisy Cooper?
No comment.
Look, we don't kink shame on this channel.
Exactly, we don't kink shame. So I'm saying no
I mean,
comment.
credit where it's due to Daisy. Her performance was also.
I think I mentioned
pretty good.
I think I did mention that briefly in passing. Yeah, I thought. I mean, the Liberal Democrats are fucking pointless, and I don't know why anyone would ever vote for them for any reason. They're fucking shit. But she was fine. Yeah.
It's really funny because I mean, Zach basically said the same when he on the Bold Politics episode he did with Helena. No, I'm lying. It wasn't. I'm lying. It wasn't the one with Helena, although that was also very good. I listened to them at the same time. It was the one that he did with the troll with Marina.
Oh,
and Gemma.
yes.
And they were talking about the Liberal Democrats. I listened to them back to back. That's why I thought it was Helena as well. And we're talking about the Lib Dems, and he was like,
comparing Helena to the troll. I mean, they're a bit more moderate than she is. I mean, Helena's a communist, right?
I don't know. I mean, Helena did vote for the Liberal Democrats.
Ooh, yeah, true.
Did she? Is that a public?
She's a Liberal Democrat communist.
2010, I believe. Yeah, she voted Lib Dem.
Well, no,
because she admitted to me that she was kind of a moderate back in those days.
Shit
and
lib.
Got radicalized.
Look,
shit lib. Got radicalized by the university tuition.
No. It's shit lib entryism is what it is.
I was going to say, I mean, to be fair, Zach Polanski himself not only
was a
member,
Lib Dem,
but he sang in the bleeding choir as well. The guy that spoke that Zia was rude to, who's at 93,
Yeah.
said this guy was so polite to totally outrageous that any elected official would speak to anybody.
Yeah, so we didn't show the clip obviously because of fear from the fucking Beeb. Censorship from the Beeb! In that video, the man was reading from his phone, and obviously it wasn't his first language. He was speaking slow, and that was apparent evidence of it's a psyop. He's got an earpiece, which, by the way, I think everyone can attest to. If someone speaks in your ear while you're speaking, you can't physically speak. So somehow, that he was doing that, but despite the fact he was also reading from his phone, so he's not taking orders in his ear if he's reading from his phone.
Trust me,
Bless the man. Bless the guy.
As a person who has noise alerts for when people donate to me, hint hint chat. When they go off, you can't continue the sentence. You have to let it just play out and then carry on. Yeah.
Oh, it was really bad. So we, if you guys might have seen it, but how do I explain it? Many other independent left-wing organisations came together and did a 12-hour stream, 24 hours across 2 days of the Labour Party conference called Your Show. I was first up, and I had an earpiece in my ear, all live, and so having a proper studio. And the producer accidentally left the button on and was speaking constantly. And I was going, and I was like, people probably watching me go, what the fuck? Is he okay? And I just had to pull my earpiece out. I was like, sorry, my producer's in my ear just speaking. It's really hard. I mean, if you can speak while someone's speaking in your ear, I mean...
it's not the speaking while someone's it's the speaking whilst also listening and understanding what's being said in your ear. That's the really tricky
you just
thing.
Can't do it.
So if somebody is feeding you
Skill
information, to be able to say it out loud whilst also hearing it at the same time without a pause is really good. So if that's what if that is what was going on, then he did great. But the thing about this whole thing is that, you know, Zaya Youssef and Reform generally had their arse handed to them, not only by Zach Polanski, but also to a degree by Daisy Cooper and some of the others that were on, that were on the Question Time.
And like the four decent people in the audience as well.
Yeah, exactly. And what he's always telling, I mean, somebody said in the chat earlier that apparently, I don't know if this is true, but apparently Nigel Farage was supposed to be going on Question Time this week, and after Zach confirmed, Nigel backed out. Not sure if that's true. Not sure if that's true, but it wouldn't surprise me. But it is interesting, isn't it, how when when Zia has performed particularly badly, I mean, the audience, was certainly, although there were people there that were apparently voted for reform, but I don't think that
it's over.
They didn't get the reception they were expecting to get. And it's funny how immediately all the reform lot were having to find a reason to discredit the episode. It's like, well, of course Zia did badly because they had plants in the audience and they were being fed things through the ears.
Conservatives can never accept that some people think differently to them. It always has to be a conspiracy.
Exactly.
It always has to be a conspiracy. No, don't get me wrong. Right, Question Time picks their audience carefully because you've applied for Question Time. A lot of people say, "Oh, I'm a conservative," and they try and get you on. Right, that is absolutely true. Like, you can't say it's natural, but also the BBC has to have a representative sort of audience. Imagine if the first 400 people said yes, and it ended up just being, I don't know, Plaid Cymru. It's fucking set in the north, right?
The other interesting thing, though, is the Question Time was they changed in the last few years. They changed the way that they selected their audience to make it to arguably make it more representative. But they do it based on polling as well. So it's not just. It always used to just be like the last general election, but they now update it with polling. So while the Green Party performing better, you're going to have more people in the audience that support the Green Party than would have done previously. I mean, Reform is still top of the polls. So in theory, there would have been more support of Reform in that audience than anyone else. But the other thing that Reform hate, and this is what they don't like about Zach, and this is what they don't like about what the BBC did, which I think, they were absolutely right to do, is they hate hearing people who they are constantly demonizing actually getting a platform. They don't want disabled people to speak about disabilities. They don't want trans people to speak about being trans. And they certainly do not want somebody that has come into this country on a small boat by crossing the channel to get a platform on national television to put their story across, because it humanizes them. And they don't want these people to be humanized.
Specs is Welsh. I bet you find that very, very offensive. I need to nail down Plaid Cymru, not Cymru, Cymru. I heard someone say Cymru once, and I thought that was the way you say
it's
it.
pronounced Plaid Cymru.
Plaid. Well, did Specs say that? Someone else said Cymru.
I'm joking. It's Plaid Cymru.
Oh,
come
fuck
on,
off! I'm trying. Right, Plaid Cymru.
There's only a fucking bridge between you and and Wales.
I don't live in Bristol anymore, Kevin.
You
And
used
that's probably
to.
why I'm struggling.
You used
I used to.
So you can see he's forgot. He's got Leeds ways now.
Yeah, forgot my roots.
That's what happens
This
if
is
he gets his
what's
roots.
very funny though is like everyone thinks the BBC, like the BBC audience is biased, right? Some think it's biased to the left, some think it's biased to the right. So you're probably going to get like reform voters try and get into question time, say, yeah, I'm a Green voter, Green supporter. Then you're going to get Green voters like, yeah, I'm a reform supporter, trying to get on, and then people say, oh, they've rigged it. I don't know if the BBC necessarily like. There are many instances where you find out, oh, this particular audience member was a conservative activist. But I think, to be honest, most people just call up and lie who they are. And that's it.
But this thing about, the conservative... Oh, yeah, actually, no, that accusation is often true, right? But let's be realistic. The sort of people who want to apply to be on Question Time are people who are interested in politics. They are people who watch the show who want to talk about politics. If Question Time was... In fact, when I lived where I used to live, when Question Time was in the area, I applied to be on the show. I didn't get on, but if I'd have been accepted, it isn't like people would be right to say, oh well, he's a left-wing activist, he's all over TikTok and he's a left-wing plant. Well, I'm not a plant. They didn't handpick me and say, come and please be in the audience, like they do their panel. But it is, but yeah, I am an activist. I am a left-wing content creator and commentator. But the reason that I would be there is because I'm interested in this stuff, which is why I apply. Your average Joe Blogs that doesn't give a shit about politics isn't going to be applying to be in the audience on a political program. It just isn't going to happen. It's like when they say they're actors. There was one where it was an actor. Well, I'm also an actor. So if I was in the audience on Question Time, it would be correct to say that there was an actor in the audience. That doesn't mean that I'm being paid to play a character. Exactly. And this sort of shit drives me around the bend when they say this.
Are you acting now? Are you actually just fucking fascist and you're just this is a whole entire ruse?
Yeah, I'm grifting. I'm doing the left wing grift, which is why I've got.
There's no money in left wing politics. If you wanted to make money, you should have went on trigonometry.
No, what he's doing method acting. He's preparing for a role as a producer on an up and coming leftist media outlet.
Yeah, that's why people say that some of my takes aren't left-wing enough. You see, I've not done the research properly.
You've really taken that one to heart, didn't you? Look, I mean,
I do.
I got a comment yesterday saying Curtis isn't usually on point, but he was bang on now, and I was like, that was a backhanded compliment.
Yeah, exactly. You're usually full of shit, but right now you're doing well.
It was the polite way of saying you're usually full of shit. Today you were quite good.
Yeah,
got to take it on a chin. Got to take it on a chin.
Just want to bring this comment up from Leo. Because we lost the comments from earlier. Leo said, "Does this mean my comment about the lack of blazer is gone?" Yes,
well, I mean,
it does,
it's
Leo.
back now. We can see it, so I guess
So on to one of the other stories. UI3939 has said, "My uncle is going to be so excited."
Hang on, what
when I
lack
tell
of
him...
blazer? I'm confused now. What blazer? What?
Yes, blazer's gone. UI3939. My uncle is going to be so excited when I tell him his missing leg is no longer enough to qualify him as disabled, according to this government.
Well, better tell him not to play cricket then, or get recorded, because apparently, if you are disabled, you must be miserable for the rest of your life and never have fun.
The thing is with PIP as well is it's not even paid. It's not like if you're on universal credit because you're not working. And you're on UC and you're I don't know, photographed volunteering somewhere, and then they could argue, well, it's proof that you can actually work, therefore you shouldn't be getting the universal credit, you should be doing a paid job. Like not that, I mean, that kind of doesn't make sense either, but the whole point of PIP is that it goes to people. It's based on whether they need it. Somebody can be eligible for PIP and also able and capable of playing.
You can have a really high earning job and get PIP, because the point of PIP isn't to top up your wage. The point of PIP is to equalize things. So if you earn 100 grand a year and you're able-bodied versus someone who earns 100 grand a year and has a disability, that person who has a disability is out of pocket because they have to pay for extra things. They have to pay for certain things in their house, for example, to facilitate their disability. And the point is to say, you know, we should equalise that so the government will just give a claimant a bit more money. That's it.
But what I would say to this person is tell your uncle that they should play cricket, because if they're missing a leg, that's only half as much an opportunity to get out before
LBW.
wicket.
Well, actually, no, hold on. You less chance to get LBW, but doesn't it mean that the wicket is easier to hit? I don't know. You're a cricket guy. I'm not. So.
Yeah, you're probably gonna. Yeah, actually, that's true. Yeah. Fair play.
You know what? Actually, cricket guy just like.
Well, no, it depends. It depends. Is his forward defensive good enough? That's the thing.
Becca said it's shameful that we don't treat disabled people with humanity and kindness. It's so wrong demanding huge amounts of money back when they've hardly been given enough to survive.
True.
And just on the point of disability benefits, Nodi said the fact is, if you don't need it, you don't seek it out. Like, PIP is one of the most difficult and humiliating benefits to apply for in this country, right?
My mum had to apply for it, and the book thing they send you out to fill in,
yeah,
with every question imaginable, it was disgusting.
And they do that on purpose. They want to disincentivize you from applying.
Like, who's putting them? Like, I'm not being funny, but there are much. That, in fact, I think it was. I think it might have been Ava from Politics Joe said this on Question Time a number of weeks ago. She was like, if I want to make a quick bit of money, there are so many easier ways that you can go about it.
True.
Than this. Do you know what I mean? If you really want to game the system, like, there's so much more you could do to make money that's easier, less humiliating, and probably more likely to actually result in you receiving a payment at the end of it. Which is why the DWP themselves say that the fraud rate for PIP is 0%.
Yeah. It's statistically 0% because there's so little people. They can't count it in their numbers.
I like this one as well. Starving 100 kids in case one of them is pretending to be hungry is a good explanation I heard of, and I heard of this kind of thinking. Yeah.
Sounds like Israel, to be honest.
Yeah. And one from Samsonite as well. I don't think people who haven't been on benefits understand how hard it is to, quote, game the system. You are hounded with your livelihood, threatened constantly while living in abysmal conditions.
Yep. 100%.
So, yeah. The other story where we're talking about finances and the capitalism and the system that we live in, Autumn Leaves has said, but we're expected to just be okay with this fucked up system. Yeah, no, fuck off with that shine.
And they just blatantly say it.
There's no need to swear. You let yourself down when you swear, you cunt. Fuck's sake.
Did you just drop the C-word on my stream?
Yeah, I fucking did. Cut it out if you want.
They just blazingly. They just say it
on a live stream.
They just say it in public, and they're like, that guy. I hated his attitude because I'm used to really robotic, slick, horrendous people pushing this kind of politics, and now we've got the new millennial tech bro. I was like, yeah, so this is how we're gonna fuck up the world. Yeah, and I have to think, fuck you. I mean, I'm not a conservative, but at least deliver me the bad news sitting up straight in a suit, rather than these fuckers who are like, don't worry, we're cool like you. How we're going to exploit you in the future.
Just aware of time, but there's just a few more I want to bring in. This is a really, really important one, actually, when you were talking about reading Marx and other literature. Lissa has said, I will hear no romanticy slander, thank you very much.
That's my partner.
Aww.
I told her before the show, I was like, because I'm going to out her. She likes reading a book. She likes reading what is it, like the fucking Dragons and Kings and Queens, right? What do they call them? Fantasy books, right?
Fantasy books.
Yeah, you can see
Slop.
I've read them.
Fucking slop. Yeah.
And I don't worry, tell her that. and she reads a lot of romantasy too. And I was writing about this story. And I was like, we need more people reading Marx. I was like, Liz, I'm gonna name drop without naming you. I'm gonna name drop in the show. I'm gonna be like, put down your fantasy books, put down your romantasy, and read some fucking Marx. She's like, I would not have that. I was like, well, you just did. So I expect that she'll be taking my copy of Marx and at least reading the first chapter.
Yeah, definitely. Just swap the covers out, and I mean, I'm sure she'll notice immediately. But
well, some of the writing of Marx does get a bit strange, so she might be thinking it is.
I was about to say, if you ask a conservative, Marx is a fantasy writer.
Very good.
That was a good one. John said, I'm interested in your thoughts on this one. I'm a social democrat until the social democrats are in charge. Then I'll be post-capitalist.
I get that. I think actually...
Just, tell it to the tribunal after the revolution, bitch.
You're up against the wall. I think Aaron Bastani said that. He's like a social democrat. No, he's a communist pending social democracy. Something like that. Basically, yeah, I completely get it. Like, in a way, we are fighting for social democracy, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'll fight for social democracy because it's a step in the right direction. But that's not where, like, I would never be happy with that, you know.
Like, and I've said this a bunch of times, especially over the course of the weekend, given the discussion is salient. I've always said that socialism today is not sellable. You cannot go to the... Again, one, you can't vote in socialism, but you can't go to the election like, so we're going to just, take the means of production. People just, like, want the answer to the solutions right in front of them, right? So, like, that's why building a political project... You can't be like, right, this is full-blown socialism. You do have to win gains for the working class through social democracy. It's absolutely true. Because to be a little bit pessimistic, as a fucking Marxist myself, I don't know if I could see socialism in my lifetime. What I do want to see the end of is neoliberalism. I want neoliberalism to be burnt to the ground. I want finance capital to be completely abolished. And I do want to see the end to billionaires. I think that can happen in my lifetime. Do I think the economy can be socialized in my lifetime? I don't know, but if it does happen, fantastic.
Well, I'm more pessimistic than you. I'm absolutely certain I will never see socialism, even if I live to be 100. But the old adage about, that society grows great when men plant seeds of trees under whose shade they know they will not sit. I want to create a better situation to hand on to a next generation who can then build on it, and then the next generation can build on it. And long after I'm dead and gone and completely forgotten, socialism can win. That's how you make society better.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
That's all we can do. And that's the thing, sorry to cut you off. Some might... I'd never consider myself max left, but like some might be like, oh, you're a natural like socialist who may be max left, right? I've never been like that because at the end of the day, it's no point saying I told you so when you're stood on top of ashes. Like, I will absolutely compromise in many ways, but I think there are red lines, and to me, it's basic social democracy is like red lines, right?
I think I agree with MK, who said capitalism needs to get phased out. Removing it overnight is unrealistic. Look where we are. Privatized utilities. Everything is privately owned. You have to get it back piece by piece.
And also, that would not be Marx or Marxist. Marx basically said capitalism was the necessary transition from feudalism, right? And socialism will be the necessary transition. That's why I don't describe myself as an anti-capitalist, because I'm not saying, oh, we need to like abolish capitalism tomorrow. It wouldn't work. Any people say, oh, the conditions for a revolution is there. The conditions for a revolution is here, into a full-blown technocratic fascist revolution, right? There's no left-wing revolution on the horizon. There isn't one today. And I don't think you can just upend and abolish capitalism. It is a transition period. And that is what Marx says. He says capitalism is ending. What comes after it is important.
Yeah.
Not necessarily what can we abolish capitalism. No, he says it's going to end. So let's replace it with something better.
3 quick ones before we go. Choking on Ashes has also said, please can you mention how much unclaimed benefits there are? Almost 25 billion last year. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that don't claim benefits that certainly would be entitled to.
You're entitled to it. And a lot of people are scared, I think, as well. They're scared to claim it because
we also stream on Twitch, for those of you that didn't know. And Idiosyncrasy on Twitch has said ethnostates are disgusting. This
Is this
when we
our
were
lone
talking.
viewer?
Well, it says we've got 2, so
Oh wow, we got
one of those
doubled
might
it.
be us.
Oh right, okay. He's watching on Twitch. Are you watching on Twitch?
I'm not. No, I don't know.
But yeah, thank you.
I
It's
think
true.
I think we all agree with that. And just finally, Arthur Bumblefoot has said Curtis couldn't do the "what a bastard" and not half laugh.
I mean, partly because Kevin laughed at my ear.
I had to mute myself. I was fucking cackling, mate. That someone, please say someone clip that because I want that for the soundboard. That was amazing.
I'm gonna watch
because it was
stream back.
so unpredictable. Like it was out of nowhere. What a bastard! It was fucking brilliant. I was howling.
Yeah, I did hear you a little bit laugh a little bit. It made me trip up a bit, but I didn't know. I'll watch it back.
I had to mute myself, man. It was mad.
While we've been doing comments, we've also had Zami gifting 10.
Oh,
turn
thank
left
you very
memberships.
Nice.
And we've also had 5 turn left memberships gifted as well
yes.
by. I want to call you De X Ollie, but I've no idea if that's how I pronounce it.
Deus. It's Deus.
Or is the EX already in the De?
Yeah.
It's French, isn't it? Is it just De Ollie?
No, it's Latin. Deus Ex. Yeah, Deus is God, isn't it?
Oh, it's Deus Ex. Oh, it's Deus Ex. Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't know that. Oh, it's Deus Ex. Oh, get it now. Yeah.
Well, the French is based on Latin, okay? French has already.
It is a Latinate language.
So
yes.
I can be forgiven
I mean,
for thinking that the Latin was French, okay?
I wouldn't have
Romanche.
fucking known anyway. To be fair, so like
They're called Romanche languages.
I'm trying to do a Deus Ex in a Bristolian accent, right? All right, me lover, I'm Deus Ex.
I said it like 3 times though, and nobody went. It was Deus Ex. Like,
Nice to meet you. I'm Deus Ex. I like a pint of John Smith, please.
I like a pint of John Smith.
You're doing personal greetings in that accent for all of our viewers now.
No.
You should do cameo in that accent.
No, you're right.
Well, listen. Anyway,
We're a serious show, guys. All right.
great show as always. Thanks for having me.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Callum. Fantastic comment section. Really, really good stuff. But of course, that is all we have time for. Thank you to our viewers who tuned in. And of course, thank you, Kevin, for joining me tonight.
Thank you for having me on.
As always, our regular guest. We love it. Now, remember to like the stream. And if you're not a subscriber, then please hit that button. If you want us to grow, then you can head over to turnleftmedia.co.uk/support. There is a link to our Patreon where you can support us monthly or follow the other link to give us a one-time contribution. Alternatively, you can become a YouTube member for just 99p. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you on Monday.
Do we have anybody
Kev, are you staying on?
No, I'm done now. Yeah.
Okay, I think Max is on. We can
Let me know when the raid is done, and I will.
Fucking fuck you, BBC, for doing that to us.
In hindsight, I think I remember this happening last time, and
It did, but it only did for a little bit, and then it allowed us to continue.
Someone pointed out in the comments that Helena doesn't do the question time streams on YouTube. She only does them on Twitch for this reason.
I do, and I do it on YouTube, and like it's mad because I was literally broadcasting the show, right? So the same video was on my stream, and it was fine.
Maybe someone's reported it just to be.
Yeah, maybe Zara Yusuf was like, gonna report
And maybe
you,
because
what
I'm
they mean to me.
maybe because I'm such a long-standing YouTuber, they love me.
You've got
They love me at
you're
YouTube.
literally suspended by YouTube. So.
Several times, yes.
Several times. We haven't.
Have we
so
done the
we're
raid?
lucky. We've done the raid, yeah.
Oh, anyway, yeah, I'm raiding into who the fuck am I raiding into? I don't even know.
I did Max.
Who's Max?
Max Robespierre.
Oh, they? Oh, well, I don't even know they were on Twitch. Are they? I don't know. Anyway,
No, YouTube.
You went a bit Bristol then.
No, YouTube's, mate.
YouTube's. It's on the YouTube's, isn't it?
YouTube's.
Anyway, great show. I'm gonna head off, but thank you.
Yeah, I've
Yes.
got to go eat. But
Yes.
great show. That would have been one of our best had it not been for the fucking copyright. God, I'm so mad.
It's all right. Well, you can still edit. You can stitch it up like a Frankenstein's bit or whatever. Yeah.
I'll do my best. Yeah.
Yeah. Okie dokie, everyone. I'm sending you over into JFK ratting. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace out.
Also,